The Qin dynasty had blazed like a sudden fire in the long forest of China's history, intense, bright, but terribly short-lived. When Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, declared in 221 BCE that the warring states were no more, he believed he had built a dynasty that would endure for 10,000 generations. Yet not even 2 decades passed before his empire cracked like pottery dropped from too great a height. The Qin had tried to fuse China into one solid block through sheer force, standardizing weights, measures, coinage, even the width of cart axles, all while enforcing laws so severe that even minor infractions carried brutal punishments. It looked powerful, it looked permanent. But beneath that polished facade, resentment festered. The people had endured too much: endless conscription, forced labor on colossal projects like the Great Wall and the Emperor's lavish tomb, suffocating laws that stifled both freedom and tradition. You know what? There's only so much a population can bear before cracks appear. When Qin Shi Huang died in 210 BCE, those cracks widened into fault lines. His successors lacked his terrifying willpower. Court officials schemed, eunuchs whispered in palace corridors, and rebellions sprouted in the countryside like weeds after summer rain. The dynasty, once so ironclad, collapsed in just 15 years. But here's the thing: when one empire falls, it rarely leaves behind silence. It leaves a vacuum, and vacuums attract the desperate, the ambitious, and the cunning. In that space of chaos, in the ashes of Qin's collapse, the foundations of the Han dynasty began to form. And it's fascinating because the Han would not simply be a continuation of Qin's harshness. Instead, they would take the raw materials Qin left behind, the centralized bureaucracy, the unified territory, the common systems, and soften them, reshape them, and craft something more durable. But that would take time. At first, there was nothing but turmoil. Peasants, once crushed under Qin's yoke, rose in rebellion. Charismatic warlords and former officials alike gathered armies. Bandits became kings overnight. One of the most famous early uprisings was led by Chen Xing and Wu Guang, 2 conscripted peasants who sparked the Dazexiang uprising in 209 BC. Their revolt began almost by accident. They feared punishment for being late to their post, so they chose rebellion over execution. Think about that for a second. Men condemned for tardiness toppled a dynasty. It shows just how brittle Qin's power had become. The country fractured into competing factions, each claiming legitimacy. Among the most powerful figures to rise from the ruins was Xiangyu, a warlord of noble Chu descent. He was everything the Chinese admired in a warrior: brave, towering in stature, ferocious in battle. His army was massive, his charisma undeniable. Many thought he would be the one to shape the next dynasty. And for a while, he did. But then came Liu Bang, a man who couldn't have been more different. Where Xiangyu was aristocratic and proud, Liu Bang was humble in origin. A minor official, a former peasant, a man who knew the sting of poverty. He didn't have the noblest lineage or the strongest sword arm, but he had a talent for winning people over. He was shrewd, adaptable, and, most importantly, he understood the suffering of the common folk. That gave him an edge. The struggle between Xiangyu and Liu Bang would define this chaotic dawn. It wasn't simply about who could raise the largest army, but who could win hearts, who could make people believe in something beyond rebellion. While Xiangyu fought with fire and fury, Liu Bang maneuvered with patience and pragmatism. Their conflict, known as the Chu-Han contention, would rage for years and decide the fate of China. But before we leap ahead into their epic clash, it's worth pausing on the atmosphere of the time. Imagine it: villages half-burnt, families displaced, soldiers marching in one direction, then another, depending on which warlord had passed through last. Food was scarce, taxes impossible to collect, authority fragmented. In one province, a rebel might call himself king. In the next, a Qin general still tried to enforce laws. And in the middle, ordinary people, farmers, artisans, traders, just tried to survive. The collapse of Qin created not only political chaos, but also psychological shock. For decades, Chinese thinkers had debated what kind of government could bring order. The Qin had tried legalism, ruling with iron laws and ruthless efficiency. But its downfall suggested something was missing. Philosophers, scholars, and ordinary folks began to ask, should we return to older traditions, to Confucian values that emphasized harmony and morality? Or was strength and fear the only path to stability? The Han, when they emerged, would answer those questions in a new way. But here, at the start, nothing was certain. Interestingly, the Qin's very achievements made it easier for their successors to rise. Though hated, their standardizations endured. Roads connected distant provinces. Scripts were unified, allowing communication across vast regions. Even as the dynasty burned, its skeleton held firm, waiting for a new flesh to grow around it. That skeleton is what Liu Bang and his followers would inherit. You could say Qin built the machine, but Han learned how to drive it without breaking the engine. There's a kind of irony here, isn't there? Qin Shi Huang wanted eternal glory, yet his dynasty is remembered mostly for how quickly it vanished. Meanwhile, the Han, who rose in Qin's shadow, would endure for centuries and give their very name to the identity of the Chinese people. Han remains the dominant ethnic term today. History can be cruel like that. The one who builds the foundation often isn't the one who enjoys the house. As the dust settled from Qin's implosion, alliances formed and shattered. Liu Bang, initially a minor player, found himself advancing step by step, partly because Xiangyu underestimated him. Xiangyu thought brute strength was enough. Liu Bang proved that guile, negotiation, and patience were just as powerful. It's like watching a heavyweight boxer underestimate a street fighter. One expects to win by sheer force, but the other finds openings, slipping past blows, waiting for the right moment. The dawn of the Han, then, wasn't a sunrise of peace and stability. It was jagged, stormy, red with the glow of burning towns. It was a dawn of uncertainty, where peasants became kings, generals became tyrants, and a farmer's son would dare to dream of becoming emperor. That's the setting. Out of the ashes of Qin, amid chaos and clashing warlords, the Han began to stir. And the story only gets wilder from here. When history writes its epics, it often favors the aristocrats, the generals born to command, the men who grew up with swords in their hands and servants at their call. But the story of the Han begins with someone different, someone unexpected. Liu Bang wasn't supposed to be remembered at all, much less as the founder of one of China's greatest dynasties. He was born around 256 BCE in Pei County, a speck of land in what is now Jiangsu Province, the son of a modest farming family. In a society obsessed with hierarchy and lineage, his background was unremarkable. And yet, perhaps because it was so unremarkable, it gave him an edge. Think about it. Unlike the princes and nobles who strutted across the stage of the warring states, Liu Bang knew hunger. He knew backbreaking labor in the fields. He knew what it felt like to be bossed around by local officials, and he carried that chip on his shoulder. Later, when he became emperor, people said he had a coarse tongue, that he was rough around the edges, fond of wine, women, and body jokes. But that made him relatable. He wasn't above the people. He was of the people. That mattered more than any family crest ever could. As a young man, Liu Bang didn't exactly follow the straight and narrow. Stories say he was lazy with farm work, more interested in drinking and gambling than in tilling the land. He was, in many ways, the kind of person families whispered about disapprovingly, the sort of man who didn't seem destined for greatness. Eventually, he landed a job as a minor local official, responsible for supervising corvée labor gangs. It wasn't glamorous, but it gave him connections, and more importantly, it gave him an excuse to avoid the drudgery of farm life. Here's where fate nudged him. One day, he was tasked with escorting a group of conscripts bound for Qin's massive building projects. Along the way, many of the men fled. Fearful of the punishment he'd face, Liu Bang made a bold choice. He declared himself a rebel. Instead of chasing after his missing conscripts, he freed the rest and raised a small band of followers. That single decision, half desperation, half opportunism, changed everything. He went from a petty official to a rebel leader almost overnight. Now, Liu Bang wasn't the only man to rise in rebellion. As we saw, Qin Shing and Wu Guang had already ignited the spark of revolt, and Xiangyu loomed as a giant of the age. But Liu Bang carved his niche with an unusual mix of qualities. He wasn't the best warrior. He wasn't the most eloquent speaker. But he had charisma, a kind of down-to-earth magnetism that drew people to him. He could laugh with peasants, strategize with scholars, and win the loyalty of generals who might otherwise have dismissed him. You know what? That might have been his secret weapon. Where others ruled with arrogance, he ruled with accessibility. He wasn't above taking advice. He didn't need to be the smartest man in the room, so long as he surrounded himself with people who were. That's not weakness, that's wisdom. History is full of leaders who couldn't share the spotlight, and they usually crash hard. Liu Bang, in contrast, let others shine, and in doing so, his own star rose higher. As the Qin collapsed, he maneuvered carefully, avoiding fights he couldn't win and striking when opportunity appeared. His greatest moment in the early years came in 206 BCE, when he led his forces into the Qin heartland and captured Xianyang, the imperial capital. Imagine the scene, the glittering palaces of the first emperor, filled with treasures and opulence beyond imagination, falling not to a noble prince, but to a farmer's son. Liu Bang, standing in those gilded halls, made a choice that set him apart from others. He restrained his men. No looting, no massacres, no burning of palaces. The people of Qin, long brutalized by their rulers, saw in him a different kind of conqueror. This act of restraint gave Liu Bang an enormous moral advantage. While Xiangyu rampaged and destroyed, Liu Bang positioned himself as the protector of the common people. That image stuck. Later Confucian historians would embellish the story, portraying him almost as a savior figure who brought order out of chaos. But even stripped of legend, the fact remains, Liu Bang knew how to shape perception, and perception in politics is half the battle. Of course, Xiangyu wasn't about to let him hold on to Xianyang without a fight. Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Western Chu, stormed into the capital with his mighty army. Furious at Liu Bang's audacity, he forced him to retreat and then unleashed destruction on the city, slaughtering captives and burning palaces. This brutality shocked the land. Many who had once admired Xiangyu began to question him. Meanwhile, Liu Bang lived to fight another day. If you're keeping score, that's another check in the column of patience beating pride. What's striking is how much Liu Bang's rise feels almost modern, almost democratic in its appeal. He wasn't perfect, he could be ruthless when needed, and his later years as emperor would prove he wasn't always gentle, but at this stage, he was carving a reputation as the people's champion. When farmers had to choose whom to support, did they side with the terrifying noble who burned cities, or the rough-spoken man who promised fair treatment? The answer was clear. It's worth pausing on the psychology here. China had just emerged from the Qin's iron fist, where legalist law had dominated every corner of life. People craved something softer, something more humane. Liu Bang embodied that shift. He didn't reject Qin's centralized system entirely. He wasn't foolish enough to throw away what worked, but he tempered it with accessibility and mercy. He wasn't an ideologue, he was a pragmatist. There's a famous anecdote that captures his style. After becoming emperor, someone asked Liu Bang why he had succeeded when so many others had failed. He answered simply, Xiangyu could command soldiers in battle, but he couldn't command the loyalty of talented men. Liu Bang, by contrast, knew how to use people. That's it. No grand philosophy, no divine mandate, just the practical recognition that leadership is about harnessing others' strengths. And yet, let's not romanticize too much. Liu Bang could be cruel when cornered. He executed rivals, betrayed allies when necessary, and had a streak of suspicion that only grew with time. But that duality, accessible yet ruthless, humble yet ambitious, is what made him effective. A purely gentle man wouldn't have survived the era. A purely brutal man wouldn't have built lasting legitimacy. Liu Bang balanced both, often awkwardly, but enough to keep moving forward. The rise of Liu Bang also speaks to a deeper truth about Chinese history. The mandate of heaven didn't care about birth. It cared about results. Dynasties claimed legitimacy not because they were noble, but because they brought order. If famine struck, if rebellion flared, if the people suffered, heaven withdrew its mandate. Liu Bang, peasant though he was, won because he restored balance where others only deepened chaos. In a way, the ideology of the time already had room for someone like him. By the end of his long struggle with Xiangyu, a struggle we'll get into fully in the next section, Liu Bang would emerge not just as a survivor, but as the ruler of a new dynasty. That transformation from obscure farmer to emperor is one of the most dramatic arcs in all of history. And it matters because it shaped the Han ethos. The dynasty he founded would forever carry the memory of its humble beginnings, a reminder that power could spring from the fields as easily as from the palaces. So, picture it, a coarse-tongued, wine-loving farmer's son, standing shoulder to shoulder with the fiercest warlords of his age. He doesn't have the finest armor, or the most dazzling bloodline, or the largest army. But he is something they don't. He knows how to connect, how to endure, how to seize opportunity when it falls into his lap. And slowly, step by step, that's how Liu Bang began to write his name into history. By the time Liu Bang and Xiangyu squared off at Gaixia in 202 BCE, their rivalry had already become the stuff of legend. These two men represented more than just competing warlords, they embodied two visions of China's future. Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Western Chu, was the warrior aristocrat, descended from noble bloodlines, brash, uncompromising, a man who believed raw strength could bend the world to his will. Liu Bang, the former peasant and minor official, was the pragmatist, the survivor, the leader who knew that patience and cunning often outweighed brute force. Their years-long struggle, the Chu-Han contention, had turned much of China into a battlefield. By the winter of 202 BCE, it all came to a head at Gaixia. To understand why Gaixia was decisive, you need to picture the state of things leading up to it. After Qin's collapse, Xiangyu initially held the upper hand. He commanded the most powerful army, he had prestige, and he positioned himself as arbiter of China's fractured states. He even parceled out fiefdoms, setting himself above the rest like a feudal overlord. At first, Liu Bang was just another pawn in Xiangyu's grand game. But pawns have a way of becoming queens if the board tilts right. Liu Bang, instead of challenging Xiangyu directly, bided his time. He formed alliances, shored up resources, and avoided reckless confrontation. Step by step, he grew stronger. The more Xiangyu alienated allies with arrogance and brutality, the more those allies trickled toward Liu Bang. It's almost like watching a great athlete waste their natural talent by refusing to play as part of a team, while the underdog, less gifted but more adaptable, slowly builds a winning roster. By 203 BCE, the balance had shifted. Liu Bang, bolstered by the strategic genius of his generals, men like Han Xian and Zheng Liang, was ready to challenge Xiangyu head-on. Han Xian in particular deserves mention here. Once a penniless wanderer, Han Xian became the military brain of Liu Bang's campaign. He was daring, creative, and unorthodox, the kind of general who turned disadvantages into victories. Without Han Xian, Liu Bang's rise might never have happened. That partnership, Liu Bang's charisma and Han Xian's strategy, proved devastating to Xiangyu. The two sides clashed repeatedly, their armies sweeping across China like tides. Cities changed hands, treaties were made and broken, betrayals flared like sparks in dry grass. But gradually, Xiangyu's forces dwindled. His brutality had cost him loyalty, his arrogance blinded him to danger, and his once mighty army was ground down. Finally, cornered in the region of Gaixia, modern-day Anhui, Xiangyu found himself surrounded by Liu Bang's coalition forces. The Battle of Gaixia wasn't just a fight of swords and spears, it was psychological warfare at its finest. Liu Bang's forces, advised by Han Xian and others, employed a strategy that was as brilliant as it was demoralizing. They surrounded Xiangyu's camp and began to sing. But not just any songs, Han folk songs, the melodies of Xiangyu's homeland. Imagine being a soldier, exhausted, hungry, cold, and suddenly hearing the familiar music of home carried on the wind. It was as if your enemies had already conquered the places you loved, as if everything you were fighting for was already lost. This tactic broke Xiangyu's men. Demoralized, they deserted in droves, convinced their cause was hopeless. By morning, his once mighty force was a shadow of itself. Xiangyu, The man who had once commanded hundreds of thousands was left with only a handful of loyal followers. The invincible warlord had been undone not by sheer force, but by the subtle weapon of despair. And here's where the story turns tragic, because Xiangyu, for all his arrogance, wasn't a coward. In fact, he was almost too brave for his own good. Realizing his defeat was inevitable, he tried to break out with a small force, cutting his way through enemy lines with the ferocity of a cornered tiger. For a moment, it seemed like he might even escape. His strength and skill in battle were legendary. He fought like a man possessed, scattering enemies who dared to stand in his way. But fate doesn't let go so easily. Pursued and hounded, Xiangyu eventually reached the banks of the Wu River. There, exhausted and with no hope of regathering his shattered army, he made his final stand. Accounts say he slew dozens of enemies even in his last moments, his sword flashing like lightning until the very end. But when capture loomed, he chose suicide rather than humiliation. Plunging his sword into himself, Xiangyu ended his own life at just 31 years old. His death was more than the end of a man, it was the end of an era. With Xiangyu gone, Liu Bang's path to supremacy was clear. The peasant had outlasted the prince, the pragmatist had outmaneuvered the warrior. It's one of those moments in history that feels almost scripted, as though destiny had tilted in favor of the unlikely underdog. Yet, as much as Liu Bang benefited from Xiangyu's fall, he also understood something crucial. Xiangyu's legend wouldn't fade easily. Even in defeat, Xiangyu became a tragic hero in Chinese memory, a man of unmatched bravery undone by hubris and bad fortune. Generations of poets and playwrights would mourn him, especially in the famous story of his farewell to his concubine, Lady Yu, on the eve of Gaixia. According to legend, as Xiangyu prepared for his doomed final battle, Lady Yu danced and sang for him, before taking her own life so as not to burden him further. It's haunting, romantic, and almost certainly embellished, but it reveals how deeply Xiangyu's story touched the cultural imagination. Meanwhile, Liu Bang didn't waste time basking in victory. He knew that defeating Xiangyu was only the beginning. Winning the throne meant more than outliving rivals, it meant building something that would last. That would require not just military power, but political finesse, institutional innovation, and, perhaps most difficult of all, restraint. After all, history is full of men who won battles only to lose empires. Looking back, the Battle of Gaixia feels like one of those decisive crossroads moments. If Xiangyu had been less arrogant, if he had kept his allies loyal, if he had treated conquered people with mercy, maybe history would have gone differently. But history doesn't deal in maybes. The fact is, Liu Bang stood when Xiangyu fell, and that single outcome reshaped the destiny of China. Here's the irony. Liu Bang didn't win Gaixia by being the better warrior. He won by not trying to be. He let others fight for him, let his generals devise strategies, let his enemies undermine themselves. It's the classic story of the tortoise and the hare, retold on an imperial scale. Xiangyu sprinted with dazzling force, but Liu Bang, plodding, careful, steady, reached the finish line. So, from the ashes of Gaixia rose something extraordinary. Liu Bang would soon be crowned as Emperor Gaozu of Han, founding a dynasty that would last for over 4 centuries. The battlefield of Gaixia, once echoing with the clash of swords and the despairing songs of soldiers, became the birth site of a new era. And the memory of that battle lingered, not just as the triumph of one man over another, but as a lesson about leadership itself, that arrogance isolates, that mercy unites. And that sometimes the strongest sword isn't the one in your hand, but the one that never has to be drawn. When Liu Bang finally stood victorious after the Battle of Gaixia in 202 BCE, the world must have seemed both exhilarating and terrifying. He had defeated Xiangyu, seized the mandate of heaven, and was proclaimed Emperor Gaozu of Han, founder of a dynasty that would outlast his wildest dreams. Yet the crown that glittered on his head was heavier than any helmet he had worn in battle. And here's the truth: conquest had been the easy part. Governing would test him in ways the sword never could. The first problem was geography. The Han inherited a vast swath of territory unified by Qin, but fractured by years of war. Roads had been trampled, harvests ruined, villages burned. Famine was not uncommon, and local lords acted more like kings than loyal servants. If Gaozu wanted to rule, he had to turn this patchwork quilt into something resembling a coherent empire. But how? After all, he wasn't a scholar steeped in the classics, nor a polished administrator. He was a man of instinct, more comfortable with a jug of wine than a stack of legal codes. His instincts told him one thing: compromise. Instead of dismantling Qin's centralized system, he kept much of it. But he also revived a looser feudal element to appease allies and family members. Think of it as patching a cracked wall with whatever materials you could find: some bricks, some wood, some clay. He granted kingdoms to his relatives and trusted generals, hoping they would secure loyalty in turbulent provinces. At the same time, he maintained central bureaucracies to keep the machinery of government running. It wasn't elegant, but it was pragmatic. Yet compromise came with risk. Powerful vassal kings, even when related by blood, could become dangerous. Some historians argue that Gaozu's decision to infect family members sowed the seeds for later rebellion. But at the time, it was survival. The empire was too shaky, his throne too new, for him to rule everything from the center. Delegation, however messy, was necessary. Then there was the issue of legitimacy. Xiangyu might have been dead, but loyalty to the Chu state remained strong in many regions. To cement his claim, Gaozu needed to project not just power but righteousness. He leaned on the idea of the mandate of heaven, portraying himself as the man chosen to restore order after Qin's cruelty and Chu's chaos. This message resonated. People didn't need elaborate philosophy. They just wanted peace, food, and relief from endless war. Gaozu promised that, and for the most part, he delivered. But delivering stability didn't mean giving up ruthlessness. Let's not romanticize him too much. Gaozu could be merciless when threatened. Former allies who questioned his authority often met swift, brutal ends. His treatment of Han Xian, the brilliant general who had made so many of his victories possible, is a chilling example. At first, Han Xian was showered with titles and honors. But Gaozu, ever suspicious, began to fear the general's popularity and independent power. Eventually, Han Xian was demoted, accused of treason, and executed. Pragmatism, yes, but also paranoia. It's easy to judge harshly, but consider the era. The Qin had collapsed almost overnight because of internal weakness. Gaozu knew that leniency toward rivals could invite disaster. Better, in his mind, to err on the side of caution, even if it meant staining his reign with the blood of those who had once stood by him. It's a sobering reminder that founding dynasties is rarely a clean business. The same hands that raised the banner of rebellion often later wielded the axe of suppression. Another challenge was external. On the northern frontier, the Xiongnu nomads loomed. These fierce horsemen had long been a thorn in China's side, and they were quick to test the mettle of the new Han regime. Gaozu led campaigns against them, but the results were mixed. At one point, he himself was trapped by Xiongnu forces at Baidang, barely escaping capture. It was a humiliating experience and forced him to rethink strategy. Instead of endless war, he pursued Heqin, marriage alliances, and trade agreements. Sending Han princesses to wed Xiongnu chieftains might not have been a glorious solution, but it bought time. Again, Gaozu's strength lay not in ideological purity, but in pragmatic compromise. You know what's striking? For a man so rough-spoken and fond of coarse humor, Gaozu had an instinct for the balance between force and flexibility. He wasn't the kind of ruler who believed he could dictate reality through sheer will. When brute strength failed, he shifted tactics. When rebellion flared, he crushed it. When famine struck, he lightened taxes. That adaptability is one reason the Han endured. Still, not everything was clever calculation. Gaozu also struggled with his own temper and appetites. Stories abound of his impulsive decisions, his indulgence in pleasures, his reliance on trusted companions rather than on careful procedure. Court politics were messy, often dominated by his formidable wife, Empress Lu Ji. She had a sharp mind and sharper claws, and many suspected she wielded more power behind the scenes than Gaozu himself cared to admit. Their partnership, sometimes cooperative, sometimes fraught, would shape the Han court long after Gaozu's death. What fascinates me most is how Gaozu's reign feels like a constant tug-of-war between his peasant instincts and his imperial position. On the one hand, he never lost the blunt, earthy style of a commoner. He mocked scholars who quoted Confucian classics, preferring plain talk over polished rhetoric. On the other hand, he understood that ritual, pomp, and ideology mattered for ruling. He didn't embrace Confucianism fully, but he allowed it space in government, letting it coexist with legalist structures. Again, compromise. Always compromise. Perhaps the best image of Gaozu's early struggles is this. Imagine him standing at the center of a fragile spiderweb, every thread vibrating with tension. Pull too hard on one side, and the web collapses. Fail to pull at all, and it tears from neglect. He didn't always get it right, far from it, but he managed to keep the web intact long enough for his successors to strengthen it. By the time his reign settled into something resembling stability, Gaozu had transformed from a rebel chieftain into the head of a functioning imperial state. The early Han wasn't yet the powerhouse it would become under later emperors like Wu. It was more like a patched-up ship still leaking in places, but afloat nonetheless. And that in itself was an achievement. Remember, dynasties often crumble in their infancy. Surviving the first few decades is half the battle. Gaozu's struggles, his compromises, his paranoia, his pragmatism set the tone for what the Han would be, a dynasty that learned from Qin's excesses but refused to abandon its useful innovations. It was a dynasty built on balance, not perfection. And in a strange way, that made it stronger. Every dynasty has its shadows, and in the early Han, that shadow wore the face of a woman. Empress Luji, known to history simply as Empress Lu, was no passive consort. She was the wife of Liu Bang, the mother of his heir, and, after his death, the power behind the throne. Her story is not only a tale of survival, but also of cold calculation, of what it meant to wield power in a world where women were rarely supposed to. Some remember her as cruel, others as cunning, but nobody forgets her. Luji had married Liu Bang when he was still a nobody, a coarse man of modest means. She stood by him when he was merely a minor official and followed him through the uncertainty of rebellion. That loyalty gave her legitimacy as empress once he became Emperor Gaozu. But marriage to Gaozu wasn't easy. He was famously indulgent with women, surrounding himself with concubines and favoring some with near reckless affection. For Liu, this was both a personal insult and a political threat. After all, in a court where succession determined survival, the rise of a concubine's son could endanger her own child's future. Her rival in particular was Lady Qi, one of Gaozu's favorites, whose son Rui drew dangerous attention as a possible heir. The rivalry between Empress Liu and Lady Qi became one of the most infamous in Chinese history, ending in a tale so brutal it still makes people shudder. But we'll come to that in a moment. For now, picture Empress Liu at Gaozu's side in the early years, sharp-eyed, politically astute, and biding her time. Unlike her husband, who mocked Confucian scholars and often led with his gut, she understood the importance of appearances, of manipulating court factions, of long-term survival. Where Gaozu was a blunt instrument, she was a scalpel. When Gaozu died in 195 BCE, their son, Emperor Hui, ascended the throne. But Hui was young, inexperienced, and, by most accounts, too soft-hearted to rule effectively. The real power, then, fell into the hands of his mother. Empress Liu stepped into the role of regent, and for the next 15 years, she dominated the Han court. Her reign is remembered as both stabilizing and terrifying. On one hand, she ensured continuity at a moment when the dynasty could have splintered. She kept ministers in line, managed the bureaucracy, and prevented rival factions from tearing the empire apart. Without her, it's possible the Han might have collapsed right after Gaozu's death. Stability, that was her great achievement. On the other hand, her methods were ruthless. Remember Lady Qi, the concubine rival? After Gaozu's death, Liu moved swiftly to eliminate her and her son as threats. Lady Qi was subjected to a fate so horrific that later historians struggled to write it down without grimacing. According to accounts, Liu had her mutilated, cutting off limbs, gouging out eyes, pouring her into a wine vat, leaving her alive but disfigured beyond recognition. She was referred to as the human swine. It was a message to anyone who thought of challenging the Liu clan's grip on power. Don't. Even her own son, Emperor Hui, recoiled at his mother's cruelty. He is said to have broken down in tears when he saw Lady Qi's condition, declaring that a man cannot be emperor if such things are permitted. His reign, weak and overshadowed by his mother, soon faded into obscurity. After his death, Empress Liu placed child emperors on the throne, puppets controlled by her hand. The dynasty became, in practice, hers. But Empress Liu didn't just secure her son's reign, she elevated her entire clan. Brothers, nephews, cousins, members of the Liu family were placed into powerful positions across the empire. It was a classic move. Strengthen the dynasty's hold by weaving your own blood into the fabric of government. The problem? It created resentment among other noble families and officials, who saw the Han court being hijacked by the Lius. Now, here's where the intrigue deepens. Empress Liu's dominance is a paradox. She preserved the Han state during a vulnerable time, yet she also planted seeds of unrest by overreaching. Her consolidation of Liu power became intolerable to other factions. And once she died in 180 BCE, those factions struck back hard. In a bloody purge, the Liu clan was wiped out, their members executed, their influence dismantled. Power returned firmly to the Liu family, restoring the line of Han emperors. But for those 15 years, the Han court belonged to Empress Liu. And what of 15 years they were? Her reign illustrates something critical about the Han dynasty, and really about dynasties in general. Personal rivalries and family dramas were never just private matters. They were politics. A jealous empress, a favored concubine, a vulnerable heir. These weren't just palace squabbles, they were existential threats to the state. The fate of an empire could hinge on who charmed the emperor, who bore his sons, who whispered in his ear at night. It's tempting to paint Liu as a villainess, the archetype of the cruel empress. And to be fair, her actions were brutal. But she was also a survivor in a system designed to exclude her. She wielded the tools available to her: manipulation, alliances, terror, because otherwise she would have been swept aside. In a way, she's a mirror of the Han's own contradictions, a dynasty that promised order but often achieved it through blood. You know, it's almost tragic? For all her cunning, her legacy was erased as soon as she died. Later Han historians, writing under emperors determined to glorify the Liu line, painted her as a cautionary tale, a wicked woman whose lust for power nearly destroyed the dynasty. The purge of her clan ensured her reputation never recovered. And yet, without her, the Han might never have survived its fragile infancy. She kept the empire intact long enough for future emperors to strengthen it. Villain or savior? The line is blurrier than the histories admit. Her story also highlights the precarious role of women in early imperial China. Officially, they held little authority. But in practice, as wives, mothers, and regents, they could wield immense power, often behind curtains, in whispered instructions, in orchestrated purges. Empress Liu was one of the first to make that power explicit, and in doing so, she set a precedent. Later dynasties would see similar figures: empress dowagers pulling strings, female rulers shaping destinies. But she was among the first to prove just how potent and feared a woman in the palace could be. In the end, the intrigues of Empress Liu are a reminder that dynasties don't survive on armies alone. They survive or collapse on the messy, intimate dramas of the palace. Who loves whom? Who trusts whom? Who fears whom? Those hidden battles can be as decisive as any clash of armies on the frontier. And during the early Han, no one fought those battles with more ferocity than Liu Ji. When Empress Liu died in 180 BCE, the Han court exhaled, but it was the kind of breath you take after a storm has ripped through your house. The palace was intact, but the rafters still shook, and nobody was sure if the roof would hold. For over 15 years, the Liu clan had been the real rulers of China, using the throne as a puppet stage. Ministers bowed, generals obeyed, and even the emperor himself moved like a shadow under Empress Liu's watch. But power built on fear doesn't last. The moment she was gone, the court was ready to turn. What followed was one of the most decisive purges in Han history, the Lu clan disturbance. The officials and nobles who had long resented the domination of the Lus wasted no time. They plotted swiftly, moving with the kind of unity that only mutual fear can create. In a coordinated strike, they arrested, executed, or slaughtered nearly every member of the Lu clan. Brothers, nephews, cousins, it didn't matter. The court that had once bent to their will now turned its blade against them. It was brutal, but it was also necessary, at least in the eyes of those who carried it out. The Han was a dynasty founded by Liu Bang, and its legitimacy rested on the Liu family line. If the Lus had been allowed to continue, the dynasty might have fractured permanently, becoming a Liu dynasty in all but name. The purge, then, wasn't just about vengeance, it was about restoring the symbolic and political balance that had been skewed. But here's the paradox. The very violence that nearly destabilized the dynasty also stabilized it. By erasing the Lus, the court sent a clear message: this was a Liu dynasty, and only a Liu dynasty. For ordinary people, the drama of palace purges may have seemed distant, but stability at the top meant predictability in the provinces. Farmers could plant without worrying about which clan's banner flew above their magistrates. Merchants could trade knowing laws wouldn't change overnight. Sometimes, the worst bloodletting in the palace was the only way to bring peace to the villages. The next big question was succession. Who would sit on the throne now that Empress Lu's puppet emperors were gone? The ministers and generals who orchestrated the purge turned back to the Liu family, seeking a descendant of Liu Bang who could embody legitimacy without threatening their own power. Their choice fell on Emperor Wen, a grandson of Gaozu through a lesser branch. This was a brilliant move because Emperor Wen turned out to be the perfect antidote to the chaos of the Liu years. He wasn't flamboyant, wasn't a warmonger, wasn't prone to the ruthless theatrics of either his father's court or his stepmother's terror. He was gentle, frugal, and, above all, steady. If Gaozu had been the storm that broke Qin, and Empress Lu the shadow that haunted his throne, Emperor Wen was the calm after the tempest. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The years immediately after the Liu purge were still fragile. The officials who had carried out the massacre, men like Chen Ping and Zhou Bo, were walking a tightrope. They had to prove loyalty to the Liu line while also managing their own ambitions. Any whiff of overreach could spark new suspicion. Yet, interestingly, the court held together. Why? Because everyone, from generals to scholars, understood the stakes. They had survived the Qin's collapse, the Chu, Han Wars, Gaozu's paranoia, and Empress Lu's cruelty. Another round of chaos might break the dynasty beyond repair. So, in a rare moment of collective wisdom, the court prioritized balance. No one faction seized too much power. Rituals were observed, bureaucratic structures maintained, and the Liu family reinstated as the undisputed heart of the empire. In this sense, the Liu purge wasn't just a bloody episode, it was a reset button. It also marked a shift in how the Han court viewed women in power. Empress Liu had shown just how dangerous an empress dowager could be. Later Han rulers took care to limit the influence of consorts' families, wary of another Liu-style hijacking. Of course, they never fully succeeded. Chinese history is full of powerful empresses and dowagers, but the Liu years left scars, and those scars shaped policy. From a cultural perspective, the purge also fed into the Confucian moral narrative. Historians, writing later under the watch of Confucian-influenced courts, portrayed Empress Liu as a cautionary tale, the destructive force of female ambition and the chaos of illegitimate power. By contrast, the purge and the rise of Emperor Wen were cast as moral restorations, the return to proper order. In reality, it was raw politics, but the spin mattered. Stories of order restored helped legitimize the Han in the eyes of the people. Here's the thing: balance isn't static. It's always moving, always fragile, like a plate spinning on a stick. The early Han had to learn that lesson quickly. Empress Lu's dominance had tilted the plate dangerously. The purge steadied it. But now the dynasty faced a new challenge. Could it build a lasting system that wouldn't swing wildly every time an emperor died or a clan grew ambitious? That's what makes this period so fascinating. On the surface, it's a bloody family drama. But underneath, it's about the evolution of governance, about how a dynasty learns, painfully, to regulate itself. The Lu Purge wasn't just about killing rivals, it was about defining boundaries, about teaching future emperors and ministers what was permissible and what wasn't. In a way, it was the Han's first lesson in self-correction. When Emperor Wen finally took the throne, he inherited not just an empire scarred by purges, but also an opportunity. The house had been shaken, but the foundation remained. The Lu years had shown the dangers of imbalance. Now, Wen had the chance to restore not just power to the Lu family, but confidence to the people. And here's the irony. Empress Lu, the woman vilified as a tyrant, may have unintentionally paved the way for one of the Han's most prosperous eras. By pushing the system to its breaking point, she forced the dynasty to confront its vulnerabilities and emerge stronger. Sometimes stability is born from chaos, and sometimes even villains become architects of peace. So, as the blood dried on the palace stones and the Lu name was erased from official memory, the Han prepared to step into a gentler age. The balance had been restored, at least for now. When Emperor Wen took the throne after the Lu clan was purged, the empire stood at a crossroads. It had survived Qin's brutality, Gazu's improvisations, and Empress Lu's terrifying grip, but survival wasn't enough anymore. The Han needed more than a dynasty in name. It needed solidity, predictability, a system that could endure beyond the whims of individual rulers. In short, it needed consolidation. And Emperor Wen, along with his son Emperor Jing who followed him, became the quiet architects of that consolidation. They didn't conquer vast new territories like Emperor Wu would later. They didn't dazzle with flamboyant reforms. Instead, they built stability brick by brick, often with patience that looked, at first glance, like timidity. Yet it was precisely this patience that allowed the Han to endure for centuries. Let's start with Wen himself. He was the grandson of Liu Bang, chosen not because he was the strongest or most charismatic, but because he was acceptable. That word, acceptable, sounds bland, but it was his greatest strength. In an age exhausted by purges, wars, and palace intrigue, Wen's mild manner was like balm on a wound. He lived frugally, wore simple robes, ate modest meals. He wasn't aloof, but approachable. People began to call his reign, together with his sons, the rule of Wen and Jing, remembered as one of the most prosperous and peaceful stretches of the Han. But what did consolidation look like in practice? First, it meant economic recovery. The endless wars of Qin's construction projects, followed by rebellion and civil war, had drained the land dry. Farmers had abandoned fields, trade routes had fractured, and tax burdens were unbearable. Wen and Jing recognized that no dynasty could stand without grain in the granaries. So they cut taxes, reduced forced labor, and encouraged agriculture. Instead of squeezing the people, they let them breathe. Slowly, harvests improved, surpluses grew, and wealth began to circulate again. Second, consolidation meant legal moderation. The Qin had ruled with the iron laws of legalism, severe punishments, collective responsibility, zero tolerance. The Han kept many of those structures, but softened them under Wen. Penalties were reduced, and in some cases, the death penalty was replaced with exile or forced labor. It wasn't mercy for mercy's sake, it was pragmatism. Excessive cruelty had helped topple the Qin. The Han learned that lesson. Third, it meant balancing the aristocracy and central authority. Gazu, out of necessity, had enfeoffed family members as kings, giving them semi-independent fiefdoms. This had stabilized the realm in the short term, but risked fragmentation in the long run. Under Wen and Jing, the central government slowly clawed back control. They didn't abolish the kings outright, that would have been too risky, but they trimmed their power, making them more dependent on the court in Chang'an. It was like tightening a leash little by little, making sure the dog remembered who held it. Of course, not everything went smoothly. The kings resisted these limitations, and under Emperor Jing, this tension boiled over in the rebellion of the Seven States. Several regional kings, angry at their reduced autonomy, rose in revolt. But Jing, advised by capable ministers and generals, crushed the rebellion decisively. This was more than just a military victory, it was a constitutional one. It proved that the central court would not tolerate fragmentation, and it cemented imperial supremacy over the aristocracy. After that, the kings of Han were kings in name only, their power firmly subordinated to the emperor. Here's where it gets interesting. Wen and Jing's policies might look unremarkable on paper, lowering taxes, reducing punishments, balancing aristocrats. But when you zoom out, you see they were crafting the conditions that made Han civilization flourish. Peace and prosperity gave rise to population growth, cultural development, and intellectual activity. Farmers had enough to eat. Merchants had confidence to trade. Scholars had security to study. Without that foundation, the glories of Emperor Wu's expansion or the Silk Road's explosion would have been impossible. In a way, Wen and Jing were like careful gardeners. They didn't plant the most exotic flowers or erect grand monuments. Instead, they cleared weeds, watered the soil, and let the garden stabilize. Later rulers would enjoy the blossoms, but it was Wen and Jing who tended the roots. The consolidation of power also carried a symbolic dimension. Wen, in particular, cultivated an image of moral virtue. He aligned himself with Confucian ideals, not dogmatically, but enough to show that the Han would be different from Qin's cold legalism. Confucian scholars, who had been marginalized under Qin, began to find space in government again. This shift didn't happen overnight, but it set a cultural trajectory. Over time, Confucianism would become the ideological backbone of the Han state. It's important to note that consolidation didn't mean stagnation. These emperors weren't just sitting on their hands. They were actively shaping institutions. One example is the strengthening of the bureaucracy. Under Wen and Jing, administrative posts increasingly went to officials chosen for ability rather than just noble birth. The seeds of a meritocratic civil service, later formalized through the examination system, were being sown here. The message was clear: competence mattered as much as bloodline. Another fascinating aspect is how these emperors handled the Xiongnu threat. Gaozu had barely escaped disaster against them, and the frontier remained a problem. Wen and Jing didn't charge recklessly into war. Instead, they pursued Heqin, diplomatic marriages and trade agreements, buying peace with gifts and political marriages of Han princesses to Xiongnu chiefs. It was humiliating to some, pragmatic to others. But in the bigger picture, it gave the Han breathing room to strengthen internally. Later, when the empire was consolidated and wealthy, it would have the strength to challenge the Xiongnu more directly. So, what did this all mean for the average person living in Han China? For once, life got easier. Fields were tilled without fear of sudden conscription. Markets bustled with trade. Taxes weren't crushing. People began to believe that maybe, just maybe, the dynasty would last. And that belief, that fragile but growing trust, was itself a form of consolidation. An empire rests not only on armies and laws, but on the faith of its people. If you zoom out even further, the consolidation of Han power under Wen and Jing is a reminder that history isn't only written in battles. Sometimes, the most decisive chapters are the quiet ones, when rulers choose restraint over conquest, stability over glory. Without those choices, dynasties burn bright and fast like Qin. With them, they endure like Han. And that endurance is what gave the Han its lasting legacy. By the time Emperor Wu came to power, the dynasty wasn't just surviving, it was strong enough to expand, to innovate, to become a true superpower of the ancient world. But none of that would have been possible without the slow, steady consolidation of Wen and Jing. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't dramatic. But it was the bedrock on which everything else was built. For all their internal stability, the Han emperors could never rest easy. To the north and west stretched the vast, open steppes lands of wind, grass, and horsemen. This was the realm of the Xiongnu, a confederation of nomadic tribes who had haunted China's borders for centuries. If the Han heartland was a world of rivers and fields, rice paddies and walled cities, the Xiongnu lived in another universe altogether, a mobile, fluid society where strength was measured in herds, speed, and the skill of an archer on horseback. And the Han, despite their newfound stability, couldn't ignore them. The relationship between settled China and the nomadic north was always uneasy. To the Chinese, the Xiongnu seemed uncivilized, unpredictable, even barbaric. To the Xiongnu, the Chinese seemed soft, tied to their walls and crops, vulnerable to swift raids. Each side viewed the other with a mix of disdain and fear. And during the early Han, the Xiongnu had the upper hand. Their confederation under the powerful Chanyu, supreme leader, Mode Chanyu, was formidable, well-organized, aggressive, and capable of fielding massive cavalry forces that outmatched anything the Han could put together at the time. Gaozu had already learned this the hard way. Early in his reign, he had led an ill-fated campaign against the Xiongnu at Baidang and barely escaped encirclement. That humiliation had convinced him and his immediate successors to pursue peace through the policy of Haqin, literally harmonious kinship. This meant sending gifts, silk, grain, and sometimes even Han princesses in marriage alliances to the Xiongnu chieftains in exchange for a shaky peace. From the Han perspective, Haqin was bitter medicine. It looked like submission, and many at court grumbled that the empire of the Middle Kingdom was lowering itself before barbarians. But from a practical standpoint, it bought time. Wen and Jing needed that breathing space to consolidate power internally. Peace, even humiliating peace, was better than a war the Han might not yet win. But as the Han grew stronger, richer, and more confident, that calculation began to shift. By the time Emperor Wu came to power in 141 BCE, the Han was ready to test its strength. Unlike Wen and Jing, Emperor Wu was ambitious, restless, and determined to make his mark. He looked at the frontier not as a problem to be managed, but as an opportunity to be seized. Under him, the Han began a new phase, active expansion and confrontation with the Xiongnu. What made Wu's policy different was its scope. He wasn't content with defensive walls or tribute exchanges. He wanted to push the Xiongnu back, to break their power, to secure the northern frontier once and for all. To achieve this, he mobilized vast resources, armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands, supply lines stretching for miles, and innovative strategies that blended Chinese infantry with newly developed cavalry units. The Han was learning to fight the nomads on their own terms. One of the most famous campaigns came under the leadership of the brilliant General Wei Qin, later joined by his nephew Hu Zubing, both of whom became legends in their own right. Wei Qin led deep strikes into Xiongnu territory, while Hu Zubing, barely in his 20s, earned a reputation as a prodigy of war, striking fear into the steppe with lightning-fast raids. Hu's victories were so decisive that he became almost mythic, celebrated in poetry and song as the young hero who humbled the Xiongnu. But victory came at a cost. Fighting the Xiongnu wasn't like fighting other Chinese states. The steppe was vast, water-scarce, and supplies difficult to transport. The Han armies often suffered terrible losses not just from battle, but from hunger, thirst, and exhaustion. Some campaigns ended in glory, others in disaster. The frontier war became a grinding, decades-long struggle that drained the empire's coffers even as it expanded its reach. Still, the gains were undeniable. Gradually, the Han pushed the Xiongnu northward, reclaiming control of the Ordos region and securing crucial territories along the frontier. This not only reduced the frequency of devastating raids, but also opened pathways to the west. And here's where the story takes a fascinating turn. The wars against the Xiongnu, though costly, set the stage for the Silk Road. By pushing China's borders deeper into Central Asia, the Han created corridors of contact that would eventually link them to distant lands, Persia, India, even Rome. What began as a fight with nomads became the doorway to global trade. You know what's intriguing? The Han court's view of the Xiongnu was never simple. On one hand, they were enemies, the embodiment of the barbarian threat. On the other hand, they were also trading partners, sometimes allies, sometimes in-laws through Haqin marriages. The frontier wasn't a fixed line, but a zone of constant negotiation: raids, treaties, bribes, betrayals. Some Han officials argued for continued diplomacy, warning that endless war would bankrupt the state. Others, emboldened by military successes, insisted that only force could bring lasting peace. The debate echoed through the court for decades, shaping policy with each emperor's temperament. For the common people living along the frontier, though, this wasn't abstract policy. It was daily life. Villages burned in raids, caravans vanished into the steppe, soldiers marched off and sometimes never returned. Yet, at the same time, markets sprang up where Han and Xiongnu exchanged goods, horses for silk, furs for grain. Borderlands became cultural crossroads where identities blurred and loyalties shifted. The frontier was dangerous, yes, but also vibrant. And here's the irony. In trying to conquer the Xiongnu, the Han were also transformed by them. The emphasis on cavalry, on mobility, on frontier fortifications, all of it came from adapting to the nomadic challenge. The Great Wall itself, extended and reinforced during Han times, wasn't just a monument of defense, it was a symbol of the ongoing struggle between the Song and the steppe, the farmer and the horseman, the settled empire and the roaming tribes. By the late 2nd century BCE, the Han had achieved a kind of dominance. The Xiongnu were weakened, fractured by internal disputes, and pushed back from the heartland. Yet they were never fully destroyed. They remained a thorn in the side of the empire, sometimes raiding, sometimes negotiating, sometimes even splitting into factions that allied with the Han against each other. The relationship was less a final victory than a perpetual balancing act, a dance of power across the grasslands. In the grand story of the Han, the expansion toward the Xiongnu frontier marks a turning point. It was the moment the dynasty stopped being reactive and started being assertive. No longer content to hunker down and defend, the Han projected power outward, laying claim to the mantle of a true empire, not just a Chinese dynasty, but a force that shaped the geopolitics of Eurasia. It's tempting to see this as inevitable, but it wasn't. If Wen and Jing had continued their cautious policies, if Emperor Wu hadn't been so ambitious, the Han might have remained a regional power, inward-looking, defensive. Instead, they took the gamble of expansion. Costly, risky, sometimes reckless, but transformative. So when we talk about consolidation giving way to expansion, we're really talking about a dynasty coming of age. The Han had survived infancy and adolescence. Now, in its maturity, it tested its strength against the world beyond its walls. And in doing so, it began weaving itself into a much larger tapestry of history, the tapestry of the Silk Road, of East meeting West, of empires colliding across continents. And it all began with those windswept steppes and the horsemen who refused to let China rest easy. The Han had fought the Xiongnu with iron and blood, but the consequences of that struggle weren't only measured in battlefields. By pushing their frontier outward, by daring to project power into the windswept emptiness of the steppe and beyond, the Han cracked open doors to worlds they had barely imagined. From those cracks came the first whispers of something extraordinary, the Silk Road. Now, to be clear, nobody in Emperor Wu's court sat down and said, "Let's invent the Silk Road." That phrase would only be coined centuries later by German scholars. What existed in the 2nd century BCE were strands, thin, fragile strands of trade and contact, stretching westward across deserts, mountains, and hostile tribes. But fragile as they were, these strands carried goods, ideas, and stories that began to knit China into a larger Eurasian web. The turning point came with a man named Zhang Qian, a name that deserves to be etched alongside the great explorers of history. Around 138 BCE, Emperor Wu, hungry for allies against the Xiongnu, sent Zhang westward on a mission of almost impossible ambition to reach the Yuezhi, a people who had once been crushed by the Xiongnu and now roamed far to the west. The idea was simple on paper: form an alliance, strike the Xiongnu from two sides, and finally break their power. But on the ground, the journey was anything but simple. Zhang Qian set out with a small retinue, carrying the authority of the Han Emperor and hopes for a grand alliance. Almost immediately, disaster struck. He was captured by the Xiongnu and held prisoner for more than 10 years. 10 years. Imagine the frustration, the uncertainty, the sheer endurance it took to survive as a captive in enemy lands, watching seasons pass with the mission unfulfilled. Yet Zhang Qian never gave up. Eventually, he escaped and pushed on westward, determined to complete his task. When he finally reached the Yuezhi in Central Asia, he discovered they had little interest in marching back east to fight the Xiongnu. They had settled into new lands, content to build their lives rather than chase old vendettas. Strategically, the mission was a failure. But historically, it was groundbreaking. Zhang Qian had traveled farther west than any Chinese envoy before him, and he returned not with an alliance, but with knowledge. And knowledge, as it turns out, was the real treasure. Zhang Qian brought back reports of lands and peoples the Han had scarcely known. Fergana, with its powerful, heavenly horses that sweated blood and dazzled the Chinese with their endurance. Bactria, a Hellenistic kingdom descended from Alexander the Great's conquests, where Greek-style cities thrived amid Central Asian landscapes. India, with its spices, cotton, and philosophies. These weren't just rumors, these were concrete descriptions of civilizations far beyond the Great Wall. The Han court was astonished. The world, it seemed, was far bigger and richer than they had imagined. And even though Zhang Qian's original alliance plan failed, Emperor Wu saw the opportunity. If China couldn't break the Xiongnu through allies, perhaps it could outflank them economically and diplomatically, weaving networks that reached far beyond the steppe. This was the seed of the Silk Road. Chinese silk, already prized at home, became a commodity of unimaginable value abroad. To the peoples of Central Asia, silk was exotic, luxurious, almost magical. In return, the Han coveted horses from Fergana, animals far stronger than their local breeds, perfect for cavalry against the Xiongnu. That trade, silk for horses, became one of the first great exchanges along the budding Silk Road. But it wasn't just goods that traveled. With trade came ideas. From the west came whispers of strange gods, foreign music, new technologies. From the east went not only silk but lacquerware, paper, eventually, and elements of Chinese culture. The road wasn't a single path but a network, a web that spread and thickened over time. You know what's fascinating? The Silk Road wasn't peaceful. Caravans moved under constant threat of bandits, harsh deserts, and political instability. Routes shifted depending on who controlled mountain passes or oases. Merchants relied on alliances with local kings, on bribes, on sheer luck. Yet, despite the dangers, the profits were irresistible. A bolt of Chinese silk could fetch astronomical prices in the markets of Bactria or beyond. Even at this early stage, the lure of trade overcame the risks. At home, the Han began to see the frontier not just as a defensive line, but as a zone of opportunity. Colonies and military garrisons were established in the Heshi Corridor, that narrow strip of land leading toward the western deserts. Control of the Heshi was vital. Whoever held it could either choke or enable the flow of trade. Under Emperor Wu, the Han poured resources into fortifying this corridor, planting farmers, building roads, and pushing the frontier westward. It wasn't just about security, it was about tapping into the pulse of commerce. Zhang Qian himself became a symbol of perseverance. Though his first mission failed strategically, his reports opened the imagination of China to the wider world. He would later be sent west again, continuing to expand knowledge of distant peoples. Later historians hailed him as the man who opened the doors to the western regions. It's not an exaggeration. Without him, the Silk Road might have remained a handful of scattered trails. With him, it began to take shape as a connective tissue of Eurasia. And think about the irony. A mission meant to forge war alliances instead birthed trade networks. Failure became success, just in an unexpected form. That's how history often works, isn't it? Plans collapse, but in the rubble lie opportunities no one foresaw. For the Han, these first whispers of the Silk Road were intoxicating. China was no longer just the Middle Kingdom gazing inward. It was becoming part of something larger, a world system where goods and ideas moved across continents. This didn't mean the Han abandoned their sense of superiority. They still saw themselves as the center of civilization, but their actions betrayed a growing awareness that other centers of wealth and culture existed too. The consolidation of internal power under Wen and Jing had given the Han the strength to look outward. The wars with the Xiongnu gave them the push, and Zhang Qian's travels gave them the map. Together, these forces converged into the beginnings of the Silk Road, a network that would, over time, carry not just silk but Buddhism, art, inventions, and diplomacy across thousands of miles. The whispers were faint at first, like the murmur of distant voices carried on the wind. But they would grow louder. Soon, caravans would trudge across the Taklamakan Desert, monks would trek to India for sacred texts, and Roman coins would end up in Chinese tombs. But here, in the 2nd century BCE, it was still just beginning. The door had opened, and the Han were the first to step through. An empire as vast as the Han couldn't survive on swords alone. Battles against the Xiongnu might win headlines in the chronicles, but what truly determined whether the dynasty would endure wasn't fought on battlefields. It was fought in the offices, the archives, and the daily grind of governance. The Qin had already demonstrated that a centralized bureaucracy could knit together a sprawling empire. But Qin had also shown how brutal rigidity could break it. The Han inherited that system and asked a simple but profound question: how do we make it last? The answer, at least in the long run, was bureaucracy softened by Confucianism. Let's start with the machinery. The Qin had pioneered the idea that officials should be appointed based on merit, or at least on ability, rather than just noble blood. Laws were standardized, records kept meticulously, and the state maintained a vast apparatus of commanderies and counties. The Han adopted this framework wholesale. They divided their empire into administrative units, staffed them with officials, and kept careful watch through reports and audits. Taxes, corvée labor, military service all flowed through this bureaucracy. It wasn't glamorous, but it was the skeleton of empire. But here's the rub: Qin's bureaucracy had been infused with legalism, a philosophy that saw people as inherently selfish and unruly, requiring strict laws and harsh punishments to keep order. That worked until it didn't. The cruelty of Qin had sparked rebellion, and the Han knew they couldn't rule forever on fear alone. They needed something that provided not just control, but legitimacy. This is where Confucianism re-entered the stage. Confucius had lived centuries earlier, preaching a philosophy rooted in morality, ritual, and harmony. He envisioned rulers as moral exemplars who guided their people not through terror, but through virtue. Under Qin, Confucian scholars had been suppressed, their books burned, their voices silenced. But under the Han, particularly from Emperor Wu onward, Confucianism found new life. Now, don't imagine the Han simply abandoned legalism. They didn't. The harsh laws, the strict punishments, the emphasis on centralized authority, all of that remained. What changed was the veneer, the ideological packaging. Confucianism gave the dynasty a moral gloss, a story it could tell about itself, that it ruled not by brute force, but by the mandate of heaven, by virtue, by harmony between ruler and subject. You know what? It worked brilliantly. For the people, Confucianism meant they could see their emperor as a father figure rather than just a tyrant. For officials, it meant their role wasn't just to enforce laws, but to embody moral standards. And for the dynasty, it meant that obedience wasn't only coerced, it was internalized. A peasant who believed disobedience was not just illegal, but immoral was far easier to govern. The revival of Confucianism wasn't just theoretical, it was institutional. Under Emperor Wu, the court established the Imperial Academy, a school devoted to training officials in Confucian classics. From this grew a system where knowledge of Confucian texts became the key to advancement. If you wanted a career in government, you had to know the Analects, the Book of Documents, the Book of Rights, and more. Eventually, this would evolve into the civil service examination system that defined Chinese governance for centuries. Imagine what that meant. A poor but talented young man, if he could master the classics, might rise through the bureaucracy to wield real power. It wasn't a democracy, not even close, but it was a crack in the wall of aristocracy. Ability, at least in theory, could trump birth. And that promise of meritocracy became one of the most enduring legacies of the Han. But bureaucracy is never just about ideas. It's about paperwork, about the grind of administration. Picture a county magistrate in some far-flung province. His job was endless: collect taxes, settle disputes, supervise agriculture, organize corvée labor, send reports to the capital. He was the face of the Han state to the average villager. If he was competent and fair, the empire felt just. If he was corrupt or cruel, the empire felt oppressive. The entire legitimacy of the dynasty often hinged on these local officials. And here's the irony. While Confucianism provided the moral story, the day-to-day mechanics were still deeply legalist. Officials were evaluated, ranked, and promoted based on performance. Fail to meet quotas, and punishment followed. Succeed, and advancement beckoned. The Han blended morality with pragmatism, virtue with results. It was a hybrid system, Confucian in rhetoric, legalist in structure. That combination, paradoxical as it sounds, was the genius of the Han. This bureaucratic Confucian synthesis also shaped family life and social norms. Confucian values like filial piety, hierarchy, and ritual propriety became not just personal virtues, but state policy. Obey your father, obey your ruler, the two were linked. Harmony in the household became a metaphor for harmony in the empire. In this way, governance reached into the most intimate corners of life, teaching people to see loyalty and obedience as natural, even sacred. It wasn't perfect. Corruption persisted, as it always does. Some officials memorized Confucian texts, but practiced greed and cruelty. Others bent laws to enrich themselves. And peasants still bore the brunt of taxes and labor demands, no matter how virtuous the rhetoric. Yet compared to Qin, the Han system felt more humane, more sustainable. People could at least believe in the story of virtue, even if reality fell short. The revival of Confucianism also influenced the very way history was written. Han historians like Sima Qian, the great grand historian, wove Confucian moral judgments into their chronicles. Emperors were judged not just by victories, but by virtue, not just by laws, but by humanity. History itself became a Confucian mirror, reflecting and reinforcing the values the dynasty wanted to project. Looking back, it's clear that bureaucracy and Confucian revival were as transformative as any battle. They turned the Han from a fragile dynasty into a model of governance. Later dynasties, from Tang to Ming to Qing, would all adopt variations of this system. It became, in many ways, the DNA of imperial China. And maybe that's the most important point. The Han didn't invent everything from scratch. They took Qin's skeleton and clothed it with Confucian flesh. They learned from past failures, adapted, compromised. It wasn't ideological purity that made them last, it was flexibility. And that flexibility allowed them to craft an empire whose governance model would echo for 2,000 years. So when you think of the Han, don't just picture armies or caravans. Picture classrooms where young men studied Confucian texts by lamplight, hoping for an official's post. Picture magistrates poring over tax records, weighing disputes, sending reports back to Chang'an. Picture emperors performing rituals that bound heaven and earth, cloaked in the moral language of Confucius. That was the quiet revolution of the Han, not just ruling with power, but ruling with an idea. If you step back and look at dynasties across history, there's a recurring rhythm, found in chaos, consolidation, then, if fortune smiles, an age of peace and plenty. For the Han, that age began under Emperor Wen, r. 180 to 157 BC. His reign, paired with his son Jing's that followed, became remembered as the rule of Wen and Jing, a golden stretch of relative calm and prosperity. It wasn't filled with flashy victories or monumental construction projects. Instead, it was defined by something more precious, a dynasty finally letting its people live. Emperor Wen came to the throne after the stormy years of Empress Lu and the bloody purge of her clan. His very character seemed tailored to heal the wounds of that turbulence. Unlike his grandfather Liu Bang, Emperor Gaozu, the rough-edged founder, Wen was gentle, frugal, and humane. He dressed simply, avoided extravagance, and often ate the same food as commoners. Later historians loved this contrast, the farmer's grandson who became emperor but never forgot his roots. This modesty wasn't just personal virtue, it was political wisdom. China at the time was weary. Decades of war, rebellion, purges, and frontier struggles had drained both the treasury and the spirit of the people. Wen recognized that what the dynasty needed wasn't another warrior emperor or a heavy-handed autocrat. It needed someone who could lower the temperature, reduce burdens, and let recovery take hold. So, what did gentle prosperity look like in practice? First, Wen lightened the tax burden. Under Qin, peasants had been crushed by conscription and levies. Even under the early Han, the weight of rebuilding fell hard on their backs. Wen cut taxes dramatically, by some accounts, as low as 1/30 of the harvest. That's tiny compared to earlier regimes. Imagine being a farmer who could finally keep most of what you grew, instead of handing it over to the state. That kind of relief wasn't just economic policy, it was a psychological bomb. Second, Wen reduced punishments. Qin's draconian laws had left scars on the national psyche. Wen softened them, commuting many death sentences, replacing mutilations with lighter penalties. He wasn't abolishing legalism, far from it, but he was tempering it with humanity. His approach was Confucian in tone, rule by moral example rather than sheer terror. Later Confucian historians adored him for this, portraying him as the model of a benevolent ruler. Third, Wen promoted frugality at court. Instead of lavishing resources on grand palaces or colossal tombs, he lived simply. Ministers were encouraged to follow suit. Wastefulness was frowned upon. The message was clear: the emperor himself was setting the tone, and the tone was restraint. In a time when dynasties elsewhere often collapsed under the weight of extravagance, this restraint gave the Han breathing room. But make no mistake, Wen wasn't weak. His frugality wasn't naivety, it was strategy. He understood that dynasties that bleed their people dry burn out quickly. By easing burdens, he was actually strengthening the foundation of the state. A farmer who prospered under low taxes became more loyal, more willing to support the regime when needed. In this sense, Wen's gentleness was a form of power, subtle but effective. It's also worth noting how Wen handled the aristocracy and bureaucracy. He continued the slow process of curbing the autonomy of kings and nobles, but he did so carefully, avoiding unnecessary confrontations. The bureaucracy, infused with Confucian ideals, began to flourish under his steady hand. Officials were chosen more for ability than lineage, and the system of governance grew more predictable. That predictability, knowing what to expect from the state, was a key ingredient of prosperity. One of the most striking episodes of his reign is the way he responded to natural disaster. In 178 BCE, a severe earthquake struck, destroying homes and killing thousands. Instead of shrugging it off as fate, Wen issued edicts reducing taxes and mobilizing relief. He treated it not just as a physical crisis, but as a moral one, signs, in the Confucian worldview, that heaven was displeased with the ruler. His humility in accepting responsibility won him immense respect. Contrast that with Qin's approach, where heaven's displeasure was ignored until rebellion swept the land. Another famous moment came in his decision regarding criminal punishments. He was horrified to see mutilations still used in the penal system: branding, amputations, nose cutting. These punishments dated back centuries and were designed to instill fear. Wen, influenced by the Confucian ideal of human dignity, abolished many of them and replaced them with flogging or imprisonment. Harsh, yes, but not disfiguring. It was a major step towards softening the cruelty of the law. The prosperity of Wen's reign wasn't just material, it was cultural. With peace and stability, intellectual life revived. Confucian scholars gained influence, laying the groundwork for the full Confucian state ideology under Emperor Wu. Art and literature flourished, supported by a court that valued moral cultivation as much as military might. Even medicine advanced, with famous physicians like Chunyu practicing under Han patronage. And let's not forget the ordinary people, whose lives are often invisible in grand chronicles. Under Wen, farmers reported bumper harvests. Grain became so abundant that granaries overflowed. Some records even claim prices fell so low that a family could feed itself comfortably with minimal labor. Whether or not those numbers are exaggerated, the perception was clear: life was easier, hope was stronger. For a dynasty still in its youth, that was priceless. Now, here's the interesting paradox. Later generations sometimes dismissed Wen's reign as unambitious, lacking the glory of expansion under Wu. No great conquests, no monumental projects, no dazzling victories. But in hindsight, Wen's restraint was his greatness. He understood that stability itself can be revolutionary. By refusing to drain resources on vanity projects, he gave the dynasty the time and wealth it needed to prepare for greater things. Without Wen's prosperity, Wu's expansion might have bankrupted the empire. Of course, the reign wasn't without its challenges. The Xiongnu still loomed, and Wen continued the Haqin policy, sending tribute and princesses to buy peace. Critics at court saw this as humiliation, but Wen prioritized stability over glory. His son, Emperor Jing, would continue this pragmatism while tightening imperial control further. Together, their reigns became remembered as the Han's great age of peace before the storm of Wu's ambitions. In a way, Emperor Wen represents the opposite of Qin Shi Huang. The first emperor tried to immortalize his reign with massive walls, armies, and a tomb guarded by terracotta soldiers. He left ruins, fear, and collapse. Wen, with his simple robes and modest palaces, left little grandeur behind, but his dynasty endured. And maybe that's the ultimate lesson. Sometimes the quiet, unassuming ruler shapes history more deeply than the conqueror with monuments. So, if you imagine life in Han China during Wen's time, picture villages where farmers plowed fields without dread of sudden conscription. Picture markets where merchants traded grain, silk, and pottery under fair taxes. Picture a court where the emperor dined simply and lectured his ministers on restraint. That was prosperity, not flashy, not loud, but deeply human. And for the Han, it was the breathing space they desperately needed. When Emperor Wen passed the throne to his son, Emperor Jing, r. 157 to 141 BCE, the Han looked remarkably stable. Taxes were light, punishments less cruel, granaries full. People were breathing easier than they had in generations. But stability is never static. It's always shifting, always vulnerable. And under Jing, the dynasty faced one of its greatest early tests, the rebellion of the Seven States. To understand why this rebellion erupted, we need to revisit an old compromise from the dynasty's early days. When Liu Bang, Emperor Gaozu, first founded the Han, his control was shaky. To secure loyalty, he granted semi-autonomous kingdoms to his relatives and trusted generals. These kingdoms, though nominally under the emperor, acted with considerable independence. Their rulers minted coins, collected taxes, and governed their territories like miniature dynasties. It was feudalism stitched awkwardly onto a centralized state. For a while, this arrangement worked. It bound powerful families to the dynasty, preventing them from becoming outright rivals. But it also created a dangerous imbalance. The kings of these semi-independent states commanded resources and armies that sometimes rivaled the emperor's own. Everyone knew it was a ticking bomb. Emperor Wen, cautious as he was, avoided lighting the fuse. He gradually trimmed aristocratic power but never pushed too hard. Emperor Jing, however, inherited the problem, and whether by design or necessity, he brought it to a head. The immediate spark came when Chancellor Cao Qiu, one of Jing's key advisors, proposed cutting down the power of the kings more aggressively. His argument was straightforward. The empire couldn't truly be unified while regional kings acted like feudal lords. Cao recommended reducing their territories and placing more authority in the central government. It was a bold plan, logical from a bureaucratic perspective, but deeply provocative to the aristocracy. The kings, already suspicious of the centralizing trend, saw this as an existential threat. If their territories shrank, their wealth and influence would shrink with them. And in a world where power meant survival, they weren't about to sit quietly while their autonomy evaporated. In 154 BCE, 7 major kingdoms, led by Liu Pai, king of Wu, rose in open rebellion. The rebellion of the Seven States wasn't just a local uprising, it was a full-scale civil war, threatening to tear apart the young Han dynasty. The rebels rallied tens of thousands of troops, confident that their combined strength could overwhelm the emperor's forces. For a moment, it looked as though the dynasty might fracture, with rival Liu princes carving China back into competing kingdoms. But here's where the Han's earlier consolidation paid off. Emperor Jing, though less gentle than his father, had inherited a stable, centralized core. He also had competent generals and a functioning bureaucracy to mobilize resources quickly. The imperial army moved with surprising speed and efficiency, striking at the rebels before they could fully coordinate. The key to victory lay in isolating the rebels. Not every kingdom joined the uprising, some remained loyal or at least neutral. Jing's forces exploited these divisions, cutting supply lines and defeating rebel armies piecemeal. The decisive blow came when imperial forces crushed Liu Pai's army, scattering the coalition. Within months, what had looked like a dangerous threat collapsed into a failed gamble. The aftermath was brutal but decisive. The rebel kings were executed or stripped of power, their territories absorbed back into the empire. The message was unmistakable. The Han might tolerate aristocratic privilege, but defiance against the throne would not stand. The rebellion marked the end of any serious challenge from the semi-independent kingdoms. From that point forward, the Han Emperor was not just first among equals, he was supreme. But the rebellion also carried a quieter lesson about governance. Remember Cao Qiu, the advisor who had pushed for trimming the king's power? The rebels blamed him for their grievances, and in a moment of political sacrifice, Emperor Jing had him executed in the hopes of placating the rebels. It didn't work. The rebellion continued anyway, but the episode reveals something important. Even victorious emperors sometimes bowed to political pressure. Authority wasn't absolute, not even for the Son of Heaven. It was always negotiated, sometimes with blood. Still, Jing emerged from the crisis stronger. With the kingdom subdued, the central government's authority expanded dramatically. What had been a compromised system of semi-independence hardened into a true empire, with the emperor firmly at the top and local rulers increasingly reduced to figureheads. The bureaucracy, the network of officials appointed by merit and loyalty rather than birth, filled the gaps, cementing the Han's centralized structure. For the common people, the rebellion was terrifying but mercifully short. Armies marched, fields were trampled, villages burned, but the empire didn't collapse into decades of war like it had during the Chu, Han struggles. Instead, order was restored quickly, and prosperity resumed. Farmers returned to their fields, merchants reopened markets, and life went on. The very brevity of the rebellion demonstrated the Han's resilience. Looking at the bigger picture, the rebellion was a turning point. It was the last gasp of feudal fragmentation, the final attempt by aristocrats to claw back real autonomy. By crushing it, the Han secured its identity as a centralized empire rather than a loose federation. Later dynasties would face similar tensions between aristocracy and central power, but the precedent was set. The emperor could and would prevail. And here's the irony. Emperor Jing, often overshadowed by his father Wen's gentleness and his son Wu's grandeur, played a pivotal role in shaping the dynasty's structure. He wasn't as beloved as Wen or as celebrated as Wu, but his reign was the hinge on which Han unity turned. Without Jing's decisive suppression of the Seven States, the dynasty might have splintered into rival kingdoms before it ever reached its golden age. So if Wen gave the people breathing space, Jing gave the empire backbone. His reign taught everyone, aristocrats, officials, commoners, that the throne was not to be challenged. That lesson would echo for centuries, long after Jing himself had passed. When Emperor Wu of Han, r. 141 to 87 BCE, came to the throne, the dynasty was already stable. Wen and Jing had restored prosperity, Jing had crushed the rebellious kings, and the bureaucracy was humming along. The stage was set for a ruler who wanted more than just stability. And Emperor Wu, known posthumously as Han Wudi, the martial emperor, wasn't content with simply maintaining what his ancestors had built. He wanted glory, expansion, and transformation. If Wen was the gentle gardener, and Jing the firm disciplinarian, Wu was the restless dreamer, the conqueror, the visionary who saw the Han not just as a dynasty, but as an empire destined to dominate. Wu's reign lasted 54 years, one of the longest in Chinese history, and in that half-century, he reshaped the Han into something larger than life. The phrase Han Wudi still resonates in Chinese memory, not just as an emperor, but as a symbol of ambition itself. But ambition is a double-edged sword, and Wu wielded it with brilliance and cost. Let's start with his expansionist vision. From the beginning, Wu was determined to break free from the cautious policies of his predecessors. No more humiliating treaties with the Xiongnu. No more defensive crouches. Wu poured resources into massive military campaigns, determined to push the empire's frontiers outward. His generals, like Wei Qing and the prodigy Hua Zubing, became legends on the battlefield, driving the Xiongnu deep into the steppe, seizing the Ordos region, and expanding Han control into the Heshi corridor. But Wu didn't stop at the northern frontier. He sent armies south, conquering the kingdoms of Nanwei, modern Guangdong, and northern Vietnam, incorporating them into the empire. He pushed west, establishing command over the oases of the Darim Basin, planting the seeds of direct Han influence along the Silk Road. By the height of his reign, the Han's borders stretched farther than they ever had before, encompassing vast territories that connected China to Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and beyond. This expansion wasn't just about land. It was about prestige. Wu wanted the Han to be seen and to see itself as the great power of the known world. His conquests projected that image, and they worked. Neighboring states sent envoys, offered tribute, and acknowledged Han's supremacy. In the Chinese worldview, the Han truly became the Middle Kingdom, not just by geography but by influence. But war is expensive, and Wu's ambitions came with a hefty price tag. The campaigns against the Xiongnu alone drained staggering amounts of money and manpower. Caravans of supplies stretched across deserts. Armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands needed food, weapons, and horses, and victories often came at enormous human cost. To fund his wars, Wu had to squeeze the economy in new ways, raising taxes, monopolizing key industries like salt and iron, and even debasing the currency. For commoners, the burden was heavy. For the empire's coffers, it was draining. And yet, Wu's reign wasn't just about war. It was also about cultural transformation. Under him, Confucianism became the official ideology of the state. Wen and Jing had favored Confucian scholars, but kept legalism as a practical backbone. Wu took it further. He established the Imperial Academy in 124 BC, training officials in the Confucian classics and laying the foundation for the civil service system that would define Chinese governance for centuries. Knowledge of texts like the Analects and the Book of Documents became the key to political advancement. With this move, Wu elevated Confucianism from one school of thought to the central ideology of empire. But here's the thing, Wu wasn't a pure Confucian. He was eclectic, pragmatic, even experimental. Alongside Confucian rituals, he promoted state cults such as sacrifices to heaven and earth, designed to magnify his own divine authority. He dabbled in Taoist mysticism, sponsored quests for immortality, and promoted state monopolies with the cold rationality of legalism. Wu wasn't bound to any one ideology. He used whatever tools served his goals. This eclecticism, while confusing to some, gave his reign a dynamic energy. Wu also transformed the economy. His salt and iron monopolies, managed directly by the state, were unprecedented. They ensured revenue for his wars, but also sparked fierce debate. Many scholars saw them as oppressive, burdening the people and corrupting officials. After his death, the famous debates on salt and iron would pit Confucian moralists against practical administrators, reflecting the tensions Wu's policies had left behind. And then there's the Silk Road, which under Wu blossomed into a real artery of trade. Building on Zhang Qian's earlier explorations, Wu established direct control over the Heshi corridor and sent envoys deep into Central Asia. The result? Han silk began flowing west in large quantities, traded for horses, gems, and exotic goods. For the first time, China was plugged into a transcontinental network that stretched toward India, Persia, and even Rome. Wu didn't invent the Silk Road, but he gave it structure, stability, and imperial backing. Of course, Wu's ambition wasn't just outward, it was inward too. He centralized power more tightly than any Han ruler before him. Aristocrats lost autonomy, local rulers were brought to heel, and the emperor's court became the unquestioned center of authority. Wu reveled in the grandeur of empire. His court rituals were elaborate, his persona elevated to near-divine status. He wasn't just the ruler, he was the axis around which the world turned. But ambition always has a cost. Wu's endless wars, lavish projects, and centralizing policies strained the empire to its limits. In his later years, disasters multiplied: rebellions, economic crises, crop failures. The people groaned under heavy taxes and forced labor. Even Wu himself recognized the toll. In 91 BCE, near the end of his life, he issued the famous repenting Edict of Luntai, publicly acknowledging his mistakes, especially the burdens he had placed on the people through constant warfare. It was a rare moment of imperial humility, but also a testament to just how deeply his ambition had scarred the land. And yet, despite the costs, despite the suffering, Wu's reign left a lasting mark that few rulers could rival. He expanded the Han's borders farther than any emperor before or after. He made Confucianism the bedrock of imperial ideology. He opened the Silk Road, tying China into global exchange. He transformed the dynasty from a regional power into a true empire with continental reach. You know what's striking? If you ask Chinese people today which Han emperor stands tallest, Wu is often the answer. Not one with his frugal mercy. Not Jing with his decisive discipline. But Wu, the martial emperor whose very ambition redefined what it meant to rule. His reign was brilliant, flawed, costly, transformative. And maybe that's why it endures, because greatness in history is rarely tidy. So picture it, armies thundering across the steppe, scholars reciting Confucian texts in the Imperial Academy, merchants leading caravans westward through the Hishi Corridor, the emperor himself gazing skyward, sacrificing to heaven as though the cosmos bent to his will. That was Emperor Wu's Han, brilliant, ambitious, glorious, and heavy with the price of its own grandeur. For centuries, the relationship between China and the nomadic peoples of the steppe had been a dance of wary coexistence. Sometimes trade, sometimes raids, sometimes uneasy truces, but never complete peace. Under the Qin, the Xiongnu had already proven their resilience. Under the early Han, they had humiliated emperors into signing Heqin treaties, extracting silk, grain, and even royal brides in exchange for peace. But when Emperor Wu ascended the throne, he looked at that arrangement and bristled. The martial emperor was not the type to accept tribute diplomacy. He wanted to reverse the balance of power. And so began one of the most grueling, bloody, and transformative struggles of the Han era, the long war with the Xiongnu. At first, Wu inherited the status quo. The Heqin system, essentially peace through kinship, had kept the frontier quiet but fragile. Han princesses had been sent to marry Xiongnu chieftains, caravans of grain and silk had trudged northward, and the Xiongnu, in return, agreed not to raid, at least not too often. To some at court, this was humiliation. To others, it was pragmatism, cheaper to buy peace than to bleed for it. But Wu was a different breed. He wanted to fight. And he prepared to do so on a scale China had never attempted before. Wu reformed the military, raising massive armies that combined infantry, crossbowmen, and, most importantly, cavalry. Traditionally, Chinese forces had been strong on foot but weak on horseback, always outmaneuvered by steppe riders. Under Wu, that began to change. With newly imported horses from the west, purchased at extraordinary cost, Han cavalry could finally meet nomads on their own terms. The opening gambit of Wu's war with the Xiongnu was audacious, a trap at Mai. The plan was simple: lure a Xiongnu force into Chinese territory with promises of defection, then ambush them with overwhelming Han armies. But the plan leaked. The Xiongnu Chanyu, supreme leader, got wind of the scheme and withdrew. The Han army, waiting in vain, trudged home empty-handed. It was an embarrassment, but it didn't stop Wu. If anything, it hardened his resolve. From there, the war escalated into decades of campaigning. Generals like Wei Qing and Hua Zubing led expedition after expedition into the northern steppes. These weren't small skirmishes. Some armies numbered over 100,000 men, marching deep into hostile terrain, hauling supplies across deserts and grasslands, chasing an enemy that seemed to vanish into the horizon. Victories were dazzling but costly. defeats were devastating. Wei Qing, steady and methodical, secured the Ordos region and built fortified lines to protect the frontier. Hua Zubing, his nephew, was the star. A young prodigy who at just 18 was entrusted with command. His campaigns became legendary. In one battle, he reportedly led a lightning strike that killed or captured tens of thousands of Xiongnu. In another, he rode so deep into enemy territory that he performed sacrifices on a sacred mountain, symbolically claiming the land for the Han. His reputation soared. He was the empire's golden boy, a figure almost mythic in stature. Tragically, he died young, at just 23, his brilliance snuffed out before its time. But by then, he had already become a hero etched into the memory of the dynasty. The war wasn't only fought with swords. It was also fought with fortifications and settlements. The Han extended the Great Wall, built colonies in the Heshi Corridor, and planted military agricultural settlements, Tunshan, to supply frontier armies. Soldiers doubled as farmers, tilling the soil when they weren't patrolling, creating a network of strongholds that pushed Han presence steadily westward. These weren't glamorous victories, but they were crucial. Step by step, the frontier shifted in China's favor. But here's the contradiction. For every triumph, the costs mounted. Supplying armies across vast distances nearly bankrupted the state. Taxes soared. New levies were imposed on merchants. The government monopolized salt and iron, squeezing commoners to fund the war machine. The Silk Road trade brought exotic goods, yes, but it also drained silver and manpower. For peasants, Wu's martial glory often translated into backbreaking labor and empty granaries. And the Xiongnu? They weren't defeated easily. Even when Han armies pushed them back, the nomads regrouped, fractured, and returned. The Chanyu could always retreat deeper into the steppe, beyond the reach of Han's supply lines. It was like trying to grab smoke. Every time the Han thought they had the Xiongnu pinned, they slipped away, only to reappear with another raid. Still, the balance of power was shifting. By the late 2nd century BCE, the Xiongnu Confederation was weakening under the strain of Han offensives, internal divisions, and the sheer pressure of decades of conflict. Some tribes broke away, defecting to the Han. Others migrated further north and west, away from the empire's grasp. The once invincible threat of the steppe had been blunted, if not destroyed. And here's the fascinating irony. Even as they fought, Han and Xiongnu remained entangled. Trade never stopped completely. Diplomacy continued in fits and starts. Intermarriages, hostage exchanges, and negotiations ran parallel to bloody campaigns. It was a relationship defined not by final victory, but by shifting power, one side gaining ground, the other regrouping, neither ever fully extinguishing the other. In the long view, Wu's war against the Xiongnu achieved two things. First, it secured the Han's northern frontier enough to allow expansion westward. The Heshi Corridor, firmly in Han hands, became the gateway to the Silk Road, linking China to Central Asia. Second, it elevated the Han sense of itself as a martial empire, proud, ambitious, and willing to bleed for greatness. The costs were staggering, but the legacy endured. By the time Wu was old and weary, the empire groaned under the weight of his ambition. Famine struck. Rebellion simmered. The treasury was nearly empty. In his final years, Wu admitted regret, issuing the famous Repenting Edict, where he acknowledged his mistakes in overburdening the people with endless war. It was a rare confession, a glimpse of humility from a man whose life had been defined by drive. But if you ask whether it was worth it, well, that depends on your perspective. For the common peasant, taxed to exhaustion, the answer might have been no. For the court historians, dazzled by glory, the answer was yes. For history itself, the truth lies somewhere in between. Wu's wars with the Xiongnu reshaped the Han forever, draining its resources, but expanding its reach, inflicting suffering but securing frontiers, creating burdens, but also laying the groundwork for centuries of influence. So picture it, a Han cavalry unit thundering across the steppe, banners snapping in the wind, chasing an enemy they may never fully catch. A general kneeling on a distant mountain, sacrificing to heaven, declaring the empire's reach. a weary farmer back home, tightening his belt against another tax. That was the Han Xiongnu War, glory and hardship, triumph and regret, locked together in blood and shifting power. Every empire has its explorers, people who step off the map, endure hardship, and return with stories that redraw the world. For the Han Dynasty, that figure was Zhang Qian, a man whose mission began as military strategy but ended up opening the imagination of China to lands it had barely known existed. His journey west, ordered by Emperor Wu, was both a failure and a triumph. Militarily, he didn't deliver what the emperor wanted. But historically, he cracked open the doors of Eurasia, bringing back knowledge that would ripple for centuries. The backdrop was the Han's long struggle with the Xiongnu. By the mid-2nd century BCE, the Han had beaten them back but not destroyed them. Emperor Wu, restless and ambitious, wanted more than defensive victories. He wanted an alliance that could crush the nomads from two sides. His eyes turned toward the Yuezhi, an Indo-European people who had once been defeated and scattered by the Xiongnu. The idea was simple on paper. If the Han could persuade the Yuezhi to join them in attacking their old enemies, the Xiongnu might finally be broken. For this mission, Wu chose Zhang Qian, a court official of talent and reliability. Around 138 BCE, Zhang set out with a small retinue, carrying imperial seals and gifts, his orders clear: find the Yuezhi, forge an alliance, and return with news. It must have felt like stepping into another universe. Beyond the Great Wall lay a world of deserts, mountains, and shifting tribes, a frontier as unpredictable as the sea. Almost immediately, disaster struck. Zhang and his party were captured by the Xiongnu, the very people he had been sent to undermine. For most men, that would have been the end of the story. But Zhang endured. He spent more than 10 years in captivity, held in the camps of his enemies, even married to a Xiongnu woman. 10 years, an entire lifetime of waiting, of biding his time, of dreaming of the mission he had not yet completed. Finally, in a twist of fate, he escaped. With a few followers, Zhang slipped away and resumed his trek west. Across the endless stretches of Central Asia he traveled, through parched deserts and rugged passes, until at last he reached the Yuezhi, who by then had migrated far into Bactria, modern-day Afghanistan and surrounding regions. And here's where the mission faltered. The Yuezhi had no interest in returning east for revenge. They were settled now, building new lives in fertile lands once ruled by the heirs of Alexander the Great. They saw little reason to risk everything in a war that no longer concerned them. For Zhang, the dream of a grand anti-Xiongnu alliance was over. Militarily, his mission was a failure. But Zhang didn't come home empty-handed. What he brought back was more precious than soldiers: knowledge. He had seen lands no Chinese envoy had seen before. He had walked through Hellenistic cities, still echoing with Greek influence. He had observed the fertile valleys of Fergana, famed for their heavenly horses, strong, swift animals far superior to the local breeds in China. He had heard of India, with its cotton textiles, spices, and strange philosophies. He had seen markets alive with goods from Persia and perhaps even whispers of Rome. When Zhang finally returned to China, after another harrowing capture by the Xiongnu on his way back, he carried with him a vision of a world far larger than the Han had imagined. Emperor Wu, though disappointed at the lack of an alliance, was electrified by these reports. Suddenly, the steppe was no longer the end of the world. Beyond it lay civilizations rich with goods, horses, and possibilities. The most immediate impact was Wu's obsession with the Fergana horses. According to Zhang, these animals were so magnificent that they sweated blood, likely from a skin parasite that caused bleeding sores. Wu believed these heavenly horses were gifts from heaven itself, vital for building a cavalry strong enough to crush the Xiongnu. He launched campaigns to acquire them, eventually securing herds that transformed the Han military. The phrase blood-sweating horses became legendary in Chinese culture, celebrated in poetry and art for centuries. But the ripple effects went further. Zhang's journey opened the Han's imagination to trade routes westward. Silk, long cherished in China, was virtually unknown beyond its borders. When Zhang described how other peoples coveted it, the Han realized they possessed not just a luxury good, but a currency of influence. In return, China could gain horses, jade, glassware, exotic fruits, and knowledge of distant lands. The first whispers of what we now call the Silk Road had begun. What makes Zhang Qian's story so compelling is its duality. On the one hand, he failed. He never brought back an army to fight the Xiongnu. On the other hand, his failure birthed something far greater, a new horizon for China, an awareness that it was part of a larger Eurasian world. Sometimes history pivots not on victories, but on journeys that don't go as planned. And think about the sheer human element. 10 years of captivity. Years of wandering across alien lands. Returning home aged, scarred, but carrying news that would reshape an empire. Zhang Qian wasn't a conqueror or a king, but his endurance, his curiosity, his refusal to quit, left a legacy as profound as any general's. Later Chinese historians called him the man who opened the doors to the western regions. It's an apt phrase. After Zhang, those doors would never fully close again. Han envoys, merchants, and soldiers would follow in his footsteps, establishing colonies in the Heshi Corridor, securing oases in the Darim Basin, and linking China to a web of trade that reached thousands of miles. Buddhism would eventually travel along these routes into China. Roman coins would one day find their way into Chinese tombs. And it all began with one man sent to find allies against the Xiongnu. Here's the irony. Emperor Wu had wanted soldiers. What he got was a map, not a literal one, but a mental one, a vision of the world beyond. And sometimes a map is worth more than an army. So if you imagine Zhang Qian's return, picture him kneeling before the emperor, dusty, weathered, but alive, recounting tales of cities where Greek was spoken, of horses that ran like the wind, of kingdoms where silk was worth its weight in gold. Imagine the courtiers whispering, astonished, realizing for the first time that China was not alone in its greatness. That sense of awe, that widening of horizons, was the true treasure of his journey. Zhang Qian's dusty return to Chang'an was like the first crack of dawn over a dark horizon. His tales of distant kingdoms, heavenly horses, and bustling markets fired Emperor Wu's imagination, and once Wu's imagination was lit, policy followed. What began as one man's failed mission against the Xiongnu evolved into something much larger, the creation of a trade network that would knit China into the wider world. We call it the Silk Road, though at the time it was less a road and more a web of shifting routes, dangerous passes, and precarious alliances. But under the Han, that web thickened, stretched, and began to hum with life. At its core, the Silk Road was about exchange, not just goods, but ideas, technologies, even religions. And it flourished because the Han made a deliberate choice to plant themselves firmly in the western regions, to secure the corridors of movement, and to project power far beyond the Yellow River and Yangtze valleys. The first step was consolidating control of the Heshi Corridor, that narrow strip of land between the Tibetan Plateau and the Gobi Desert, the only viable route westward. Without it, caravans couldn't pass safely. With it, the Han could anchor trade in and out of the empire. Emperor Wu sent generals like Wei Qing and Hui Zubing to push the Xiongnu out and establish garrisons and colonies. Soldiers became farmers, founding settlements that both produced food and guarded the roads. Slowly, towns like Dunhuang emerged as gateways, bustling with traders, envoys, and soldiers. From the Heshi Corridor, the routes fanned outward toward the oases of the Darim Basin. Each oasis kingdom, Lulan, Kucha, Kashgar, Hotan, became a link in the chain. These were not easy places to hold. The Taklamakan Desert loomed like a sea of death, swallowing those who strayed from its edges. Mountains like the Pamirs and Tian Shan bristled with snow and treacherous passes. But the oases, watered by rivers from the mountains, were havens of life. Whoever controlled them controlled the Silk Road. And the Han knew it. Trade began to flow. Silk was the star commodity. Light, strong, shimmering, and rare beyond China, it became the luxury fabric craved by elites from Central Asia to Rome. A bolt of silk could buy a horse, a gem, or enough grain to feed a village. To the Han, Silk wasn't just fabric, it was soft power, a tool of diplomacy and influence. In return, goods poured eastward. From Fergana came the prized heavenly horses. From India came spices, cotton, and stories of Buddhism. From Persia came glassware and silver. From the Mediterranean, eventually, came strange coins, fine wines, and tales of distant empires. These exchanges weren't steady or predictable. Caravans were raided, routes shifted, but they happened often enough that the world began to feel, for the first time, connected. What's fascinating is how quickly the Silk Road became more than economics. It became cultural cross-pollination. Music from Central Asia made its way into Han courts, with new instruments and rhythms that fascinated Chinese audiences. Artistic motifs, grapevine patterns, foreign animals began appearing in Chinese art. And though still in its infancy during Wu's reign, Buddhism started its slow march into China along these same routes. A philosophy born in India would, within centuries, become one of China's major religions. That journey began here, with the caravans trudging west and east. But the Silk Road wasn't romantic caravans alone. It was also grit, danger, and politics. Caravans traveled with armed guards to ward off bandits. Local kings extorted tolls. Harsh deserts claimed lives. Traders risked everything because the profits were staggering, but also because the demand for silk was insatiable. The Han weren't naive about these risks. They didn't just open the road and walk away. They actively shaped and secured it. Han envoys cultivated alliances with oasis states, offering protection or pressure depending on circumstances. They built forts and beacon towers along the frontier. They stationed troops in places that could control choke points. It was an enormous investment, but one Wu believed was worth it. And here's the paradox: the Silk Road was both fragile and resilient. Fragile because one lost battle, one collapsed kingdom, one bandit raid could shut down a route for months. Resilient because if one path closed, another opened. Traders were adaptable, like water finding cracks in rock. The network wasn't a single highway, but a web, and webs, even when damaged, hold together. Imagine being a merchant on this road. You start in Chang'an, your camels laden with silk bolts. You pass through the Heshi corridor, stopping at garrisons where soldiers eye you warily but protect your caravan. You skirt the Taklamakan, moving from oasis to oasis, trading some goods, bartering for water. You reach Fergana, dazzled by its horses, perhaps trading half your cargo for a few prized steeds. If you're daring, you press further, toward Bactria or India, carrying stories of China to people who barely knew it existed. And when you return, if you return, you bring not just goods but knowledge, tales, and rumors. That human chain of stories was as important as any material trade. The flourishing of the Silk Road also reshaped how the Han saw themselves. For centuries, Chinese rulers had viewed their realm as the Middle Kingdom, the civilized center surrounded by barbarians. The Silk Road complicated that picture. Suddenly, there were other centers, great kingdoms, powerful rulers, exotic cultures, worthy of respect and curiosity. The Han didn't abandon their sense of superiority, but their worldview expanded. They were no longer just ruling, all under heaven. They were part of a wider world. Economically, the Silk Road enriched China but also strained it. The demand for silk drove production, fueling industries in the heartland. But the costs of maintaining the road, the garrisons, the wars, the diplomacy, were immense. Critics at court muttered that Wu's ambitions were draining the people. And they weren't entirely wrong. Yet, in the long arc of history, the Silk Road became one of the Han's most enduring legacies. And you know what's striking? The Silk Road didn't just carry things out of China, it also brought things in that would change China forever. Horses reshaped the military. Grapes and wine altered diets and rituals. Buddhism would eventually alter spirituality and philosophy. The Han may have thought they were exporting civilization, but they were also importing transformation. By the time Wu's reign matured, the Silk Road was no longer a whisper. It was a voice, not yet a roar, but clear enough to echo across deserts and mountains. It was fragile, costly, dangerous, but alive. And once alive, it would never fully die, even as dynasties rose and fell. So if you picture this era, don't just imagine emperors and generals. Imagine the camel caravans trudging west, their bells jingling in the dry desert air. Imagine the oasis markets, crowded with traders speaking half a dozen languages. Imagine a Han envoy, pen in hand, scribbling notes about grapes, horses, and foreign kings. That hum of exchange, that fragile web of connection, was the true flowering of the Silk Road under the Han. Dynasties don't just live through their emperors and armies. They live through their culture, the stories people tell, the music they play, the art they create, and the ways they define who they are. For the Han, this blossoming was as important as any conquest. It was during these centuries that Han stopped being just the name of a ruling house and became the word for an entire people, an identity that endures to this day. Even now, the majority ethnic group in China calls itself the Han Chinese, a testament to how deeply this dynasty stamped itself into the cultural DNA of East Asia. So, what did this blossoming look like? Let's start with art. The Han took what the Qin had built, monumental but austere, and infused it with warmth, detail, and humanity. Tomb art in particular exploded. Excavations from Han tombs reveal exquisite wall paintings, carved stone reliefs, and pottery figurines depicting daily life. Farmers plowing fields, banquets in progress, acrobats mid-leap, even domestic animals. Where the Qin left us armies of clay soldiers, the Han left us scenes of ordinary existence, almost like ancient snapshots. Bronze casting, inherited from the Shang and Zhou, reached new levels of sophistication. But now it wasn't only ritual vessels. Bronze became the medium for mirrors, lamps, and everyday luxuries. Lacquerware, with its glossy surfaces and intricate designs, became a hallmark of Han refinement. Jade carving, long prized in China, flourished too, with burial suits of thousands of jade plaques sewn together with gold or silk thread, testifying to both artistry and a belief in jade's protective powers in the afterlife. And then there was music. The Han loved music, and not just courtly ritual tunes. Contact along the Silk Road brought new instruments, lutes, drums, flutes, that blended with native traditions. Central Asian rhythms began to seep into Han compositions, creating something fresh and cosmopolitan. Emperor Wu himself established the Imperial Music Bureau, UFU, not only to preserve traditional songs, but to collect folk music from across the empire. Imagine that. Officials traveling through provinces, recording peasant ballads, local tunes, even frontier songs. The result was a rich tapestry of sound that captured the empire's diversity. Those songs didn't just entertain, they became repositories of collective memory, carrying stories of love, war, and longing across generations. Theater and performance also thrived. Shadow puppetry and acrobatic shows were popular entertainment, blending storytelling with spectacle. Banquets in noble courts often featured dancers, jesters, and musicians performing pieces that fused elegance with playfulness. The Han court was not a humorless place of stern rituals alone, it pulsed with life and performance. Literature and philosophy, too, blossomed. The great historian Sima Qian, serving as Grand Historian under Emperor Wu, compiled the monumental records of the Grand Historian, Shiji. His work didn't just chronicle events, it set the standard for Chinese historiography, weaving narrative with moral reflection. Through his eyes, history became not just a record but a story with lessons, where emperors were judged not only on their power but on their virtue. Later dynasties would model their histories on his framework, making the Shiji one of the most influential texts in Chinese culture. Confucianism, elevated under Wu, provided a backbone of cultural identity. Its emphasis on filial piety, ritual, and hierarchy seeped into everything from family life to statecraft. But it didn't smother creativity. Instead, it gave art and literature a moral framework, a way to express harmony, duty, and human feeling. Alongside Confucian orthodoxy, Taoist ideas of nature, spontaneity, and immortality also thrived, influencing poetry, painting, and medicine. This mix, moral Confucian structure and imaginative Taoist spirit, gave Han culture its depth. Daily life, too, reflected this blossoming. Silk weaving advanced, producing fabrics in dazzling patterns. Porcelain hadn't yet been perfected, but ceramic production grew more sophisticated, with glazes that hinted at the brilliance to come. Markets bustled with merchants trading not just goods, but stories from afar. In cities, calligraphy evolved from mere writing into an art form, with brush and ink elevated to tools of expression. What's striking is how strongly the Han defined identity. People began to call themselves Hanren, people of Han. This wasn't just dynastic loyalty. It was cultural pride, a sense that to be Han was to belong to a civilization of refinement, power, and moral order. The Qin had unified China politically, but it was the Han that unified it culturally. Language, laws, rituals, and arts blended into a shared identity. Contact with the Silk Road only reinforced this sense of identity. As foreign goods and ideas poured in, the Han contrasted themselves with outsiders. They adopted what they liked: horses, music, exotic fruits, but filtered it through their own sense of civilization. In the process, Han culture became something both open and self-assured, confident enough to borrow, but secure in its own greatness. And let's not forget religion and belief. Ancestor worship remained central, but under the Han, Taoist practices of immortality, alchemy, and ritual gained prominence. Emperor Wu himself was fascinated with Taoist rituals, sponsoring sacrifices to heaven and earth that merged politics with spirituality. Meanwhile, the first Buddhist texts and monks began trickling in from India via Central Asia. At first, Buddhism was a curiosity, barely noticed. But those first seeds would one day grow into a forest. The Han were unknowingly laying the groundwork for China's future spiritual landscape. All of this, the art, music, literature, philosophy, belief, wasn't happening in isolation. It was intertwined with politics and economics. Prosperity gave patrons the wealth to sponsor artists. Empire gave historians like Sima Qian the canvas to tell stories. Contact with foreigners gave musicians new sounds and artists new motifs. And identity, Han-ness, gave the people a reason to see all these strands as part of one fabric. If you close your eyes and imagine Han cultural life, you might picture a noble banquet in Chang'an, lacquered dishes gleaming with roasted meats, musicians plucking lutes while dancers whirl, courtiers debating passages of the Confucian classics, a storyteller reciting histories to an audience that nods, laughs, or gasps at the lessons of the past. Outside the palace walls, in markets and villages, simpler but no less vital scenes play out. Children learning brushstrokes, peasants singing folk ballads later collected by the UFU, artisans carving jade with patient skill. That was the Han at its cultural height, a civilization alive with sound, image, word, and meaning. And the resonance of that cultural blossoming? It lasted. Long after the dynasty fell, the name Han remained a cultural anchor. Long after Sima Qian's death, his shurji shaped how Chinese remembered their past. Long after Emperor Wu's conquests faded, the music, art, and identity of the Han lived on in daily practices, rituals, and collective memory. The Qin had built unity by force. The Han built identity by culture. And that identity has endured for 2 millennia, outlasting emperors, dynasties, even invasions. That's the true power of a cultural blossoming. It doesn't just fill galleries or libraries. It fills the soul of a people. When we talk about the Han Dynasty, it's easy to get lost in emperors, generals, and envoys. But the heartbeat of the dynasty wasn't in the throne room at Chang'an or on the frontier with the Xiongnu. It was in the villages, towns, and markets, in the lives of farmers bending over fields, merchants trudging dusty roads, nobles hosting banquets, and artisans at their craft. To really understand the Han, we need to step into those lives. Let's start with the peasants, who made up the overwhelming majority of the population. The Han was an agrarian society through and through. Fields of millet, wheat, and rice stretched across the landscape, worked by families whose daily lives followed the seasons. A farmer's world was dictated by the rhythm of planting and harvest, the timing of rains, the cycle of the moon. Tools were simple but effective: iron plows, wooden hoes, sickles. Oxen pulled plows where families could afford them, but much of the work was sheer human muscle. Taxes were a constant presence. The government demanded grain, labor, and sometimes military service. Corvée labor sent peasants to build roads, walls, or canals for weeks at a time, leaving families scrambling to cover fields in their absence. Yet under rulers like Wen and Jing, taxes were relatively light, and during good years, peasants could actually prosper. A bumper harvest meant not just full bellies, but a chance to store grain, trade for goods, or improve homes. Homes themselves were modest, mud brick or wooden structures, thatched roofs, earthen floors. Inside, families cooked over simple stoves, slept on mats, and stored food in clay jars. Clothing was mostly hemp or coarse cloth, though silk was sometimes worn on festivals if a family could afford it. Entertainment wasn't absent. Storytelling, singing, festivals tied to the agricultural calendar brought color to peasant life. Evenings might be spent around a fire, listening to elders recite tales of ancestors or local heroes. Then there were the merchants, a complicated class in Han society. On one hand, they were vital. They moved goods, connected markets, and carried silk, grain, and salt across long distances. On the other hand, Confucian ideology looked down on them. Merchants didn't produce anything, scholars argued. They merely profited off the labor of others. As a result, merchants were often subject to heavy taxes and restrictions. Some were barred from wearing silk or riding in certain carriages, symbols of status reserved for nobles and officials. And yet, in practice, many merchants became wealthy. A clever trader could buy grain cheap in one province and sell it high in another during famine. Those who braved frontier markets or Silk Road caravans could amass fortunes. Some married into noble families or quietly bought influence with bribes. It was a paradox. Merchants were despised in theory, but essential in reality. Their carts and caravans were the arteries of the Han economy. Now let's turn to the nobles, the elite who lived lives worlds apart from the peasants. Nobility in the Han was tied to land ownership and imperial favor. Great estates dotted the countryside, run by noble families with retinues of servants, tenants, and sometimes slaves. Their homes were spacious compounds with tiled roofs, courtyards, and carved wooden beams. Banquets were central to noble culture, long tables piled with roasted meats, fish, fruits, and fine wine. Guests reclined on mats while musicians played lutes or flutes, dancers performed, and acrobats entertained. Noble clothing dazzled. Silk robes dyed in brilliant colors, embroidered with intricate patterns, marked their status. Jewelry of jade, gold, and silver added sparkle. Hairstyles were elaborate, signaling rank and fashion. Women in noble households oversaw weaving, household management, and education of children, but they also participated in social life, attending festivals and religious ceremonies. The nobles weren't idle, though. Many served as officials in the bureaucracy, commanding armies, or advising the emperor. For them, wealth and culture blended with politics. A noble family's survival often depended on balancing loyalty to the throne with careful management of their estates and clients. Between these classes were artisans and craftsmen, whose work fueled both daily life and cultural blossoming. Blacksmiths forged iron tools and weapons. Potters shaped clay into storage jars, lamps, and elegant glazed ceramics. Weavers produced bolts of silk, often for the state. Carpenters built carts, homes, and coffins. These artisans weren't rich, but their skills gave them a measure of respect, and their goods traveled far. A lacquered bowl from a modest workshop might end up in a noble banquet hall or a Silk Road market. And then there were the soldiers. For many peasants, military service wasn't a choice but a duty. Young men were conscripted, trained, and sent to garrisons on the frontier. Life as a soldier was harsh: long marches, poor rations, exposure to bitter winters or desert heat. Many never returned home. But for some, service offered upward mobility. A soldier who distinguished himself could earn rewards, land, or even entry into the bureaucracy. Generals like Wei Qing and Hort Yubing began as low-ranking figures before their talent propelled them into legend. Religion and belief tied all these lives together. Peasants prayed to local gods for rain and good harvests. Families honored ancestors with offerings at home altars. Taoist practices of longevity, rituals of harmony with nature, and early Buddhist ideas began trickling in. Festivals like the Spring Festival or harvest celebrations brought entire communities together in feasts, dances, and rituals, blurring class lines for a day. What's striking is how interconnected these classes were. The grain a peasant grew fed a soldier on the frontier. The silk woven by artisans enriched a merchant, who sold it to nobles or foreign envoys. The taxes gathered from all fueled the state's wars and palaces. Even when Confucian ideology ranked society, scholar, farmer, artisan, merchant, the reality was a web where everyone's labor sustained the whole. If you imagine a day in Han China, it might look like this. At dawn, a farmer leads his ox into the fields, mist rising from the earth as he guides his plow. In a nearby town, an artisan hammers out iron blades while his wife weaves cloth on a loom. A merchant's caravan creaks out of the city gates, carts laden with grain, while in the capital, nobles gather in a courtyard, sipping wine and listening to flutes. At sunset, soldiers on the frontier huddle around campfires, sharpening swords, scanning the horizon for the smoke of Xiongnu riders. Each life different, yet all woven into the same fabric, the fabric of Han civilization. And that fabric held. Despite class tensions, despite the burdens of taxes and labor, the Han managed to create a society where millions of ordinary people felt part of something larger. They weren't just villagers, traders, or aristocrats. They were Han. That sense of belonging, forged in daily routines as much as in imperial decrees, was the true strength of the dynasty. Every golden age has a price tag. For the Han dynasty, that price was paid not in palace courts or battlefields, but in the sweat and backs of the ordinary people who kept the machine of empire running. Taxes and forced labor weren't just occasional burdens, they were the constant rhythm underlying life in Han China. And though the dynasty gave the people peace, prosperity, and identity, it also pressed them with obligations so heavy that, at times, the very foundations of stability trembled. From the beginning, agriculture was the empire's beating heart. Grain taxes were the state's lifeblood, and every peasant family was expected to contribute a share of its harvest. In the early years, emperors like Wan and Jing had lightened the load, lowering taxes to win goodwill and encourage recovery. But under Emperor Wu, with his endless wars against the Xiongnu and costly Silk Road ventures, the demand swelled. Grain levies increased, and peasants felt the squeeze. Beyond grain, households were taxed in kind, textiles, livestock, or labor. For many families, that meant hard choices: eat less to meet quotas, sell goods at a loss, or borrow from wealthy landlords to pay taxes. And loans rarely ended well. Debt often pushed small farmers into dependency, forcing them to sell land or become tenant farmers. Over time, this hollowed out the class of independent smallholders, a problem that would haunt the dynasty's later years. Then there was corvée labor, an obligation that went beyond crops. Every able-bodied man was expected to give weeks, sometimes months, of unpaid labor to the state each year. This could mean repairing roads, building canals, or, most notoriously, working on the Great Wall or frontier fortifications. For a peasant, being called away during planting or harvest wasn't just inconvenient, it could mean ruin for the family left behind. Imagine being marched hundreds of miles to dig earthworks in the blazing sun, while your fields at home withered. Under Emperor Wu, forced labor demands skyrocketed. Massive infrastructure projects sprang up to support his military ambitions. New roads for troop movement, canals to transport grain, supply depots in frontier zones. The state also poured resources into palaces, temples, and ritual complexes meant to glorify the dynasty and secure heaven's favor. These were magnificent achievements, but they were built on the backs of peasants conscripted by the tens of thousands. It wasn't just peasants who felt the strain. Merchants, already distrusted by Confucian ideology, were targeted with monopolies and taxes. Wu established state control over salt, iron, and even liquor, cutting merchants out of profits and redirecting revenue to the treasury. For the wealthy, this was a blow to their fortunes. For ordinary traders, it meant reduced livelihoods. Yet the state justified it as necessary. Wars needed funding, and private enrichment couldn't come before imperial survival. The weight of these burdens sparked tension. Critics at court, particularly Confucian scholars, argued that overtaxing and overworking the people was short-sighted. They invoked the mandate of heaven, warning that an emperor who exhausted his subjects risked rebellion and cosmic punishment. Their vision of government emphasized frugality and moral leadership, not extraction and coercion. Wu, ambitious as he was, often ignored them, but he couldn't ignore the growing discontent forever. The strain showed in rural unrest. Banditry increased as desperate peasants turned to crime. Families abandoned fields to escape tax collectors, creating pockets of wasteland. The gap between rich and poor widened, as landlords absorbed small plots into vast estates worked by tenants or laborers who had little left to call their own. It was a cycle. Heavy taxes pushed peasants into debt, debt into tenancy, tenancy into poverty, poverty into unrest. And then there was the psychological toll. Taxes weren't just numbers. They were reminders that the emperor's hand reached into every home. Corvée labor wasn't just time lost, it was the intrusion of state power into family life. Even festivals, joyous as they were, often included rituals of state authority, where offerings to heaven doubled as reminders of imperial presence. The dynasty promised order and protection, but it demanded loyalty and payment in return. What's striking is how the Han tried to balance this tension. On one hand, they pressed the people hard, especially under Wu. On the other, they built systems to mitigate famine and crisis. Granaries were stocked in good years to feed people in bad ones. Officials were dispatched to investigate local hardships, and sometimes taxes were reduced in disaster-stricken areas. These relief efforts didn't erase the burdens, but they offered just enough reprieve to keep loyalty intact. The debates over taxes and labor didn't stop at the villages, they echoed at court. After Wu's death, the famous debates on salt and iron captured this clash. On one side, modernist officials defended monopolies and heavy extraction as vital for defense and expansion. On the other, Confucian scholars argued for light taxes, moral governance, and relief for the people. The debates revealed the dynasty's soul in conflict: empire or people, glory or stability, conquest or compassion. And yet, for all the strain, the system held, at least for a time. Peasants endured because rebellion was dangerous, because traditions bound them to family and village, because many still believed in the dynasty's legitimacy. Merchants found ways to adapt, skirting restrictions, bribing officials, or profiting in gray markets. Nobles played their part, offering ritualized loyalty in exchange for land and privilege. The empire staggered under the weight of its own demands, but it didn't collapse. Not yet. If you picture it on the ground, you might see this: a farmer trudging to market, a basket of grain heavier than it should be, because a tax official waits at the gate. A conscript saying goodbye to his family, shouldering a spade for corvée labor instead of a plow. A merchant grumbling as state agents seize his salt shipment for monopoly. An official in Chang'an writing a report, warning that the people are restless and knowing his words may or may not be heeded. That tension, simmering under prosperity, was the hidden heartbeat of the Han. In the long view, the strain of taxes and forced labor sowed seeds of weakness. The Han gave its people identity, culture, and pride, but it also left scars that would widen in later centuries into rebellion, crisis, and eventual collapse. But in the age of Emperor Wu, those burdens were the price of greatness. The Silk Road, the conquests, the monuments, all of it rested on the shoulders of ordinary people, bent but not yet broken. For over 2 centuries, the Han had ruled with a mixture of Confucian virtue, legalist discipline, and the sheer inertia of tradition. By the turn of the 1st century CE, it seemed unshakable. Yet empires, like great trees, sometimes rot from the inside even as they stand tall. And into that weakness stepped one of the strangest figures in Chinese history, Wang Ming. To some, he was a Confucian idealist, a reformer who dreamed of restoring ancient righteousness. To others, he was a usurper, a manipulator who cloaked ambition in virtue. Either way, his reign, the short-lived Xian dynasty, 9 to 23 CE, was one of the boldest experiments in Chinese political history and one of the greatest disasters. Wang Ming wasn't born a conqueror. He was born into the powerful Wang clan, relatives of Empress Wang Zhongjun, consort of Emperor Yuan. This connection put him close to power, but what set him apart was his carefully cultivated image of virtue. He lived modestly, studied Confucian texts, and presented himself as incorruptible in a court where corruption ran deep. Ministers praised him, scholars admired him, and even common people whispered that he might be the man to restore true morality to government. By the time child emperors began ascending the throne, Wang Ming was perfectly positioned. Acting first as regent, he gradually accumulated power, all while performing the role of humble servant. He staged gestures of virtue, returning stipends, refusing luxuries, citing Confucian classics, that made him look like a sage rather than an ambitious politician. The court, riddled with weak rulers and factionalism, leaned on him more and more. And then, in 9 CE, he made his move. Declaring that the Han had lost the mandate of heaven, Wang Ming proclaimed the founding of a new dynasty, the Xian, or New. He framed it not as usurpation but as restoration. In his telling, he was bringing back the pure order of ancient times, sweeping away the corruption of recent generations. Some cheered him as a righteous reformer. Others, especially Han loyalists, seethed with outrage. What followed was one of history's most audacious reform programs. Wang Ming seemed determined to remake society from the ground up, guided by Confucian ideals and ancient precedents. He attempted sweeping land reforms, declaring that all land belonged to the state and redistributing it more evenly among peasants. He introduced new coinage systems, tinkering with currency in ways that destabilized markets. He tried to abolish slavery, freeing many bondsmen but plunging households into chaos. He even imposed bizarre bans and restrictions on private wealth, convinced that by reshaping property, he could restore virtue. On paper, these reforms looked visionary. They addressed real problems: widening inequality, exploitation of peasants, and concentration of land in aristocratic hands. But in practice, they were catastrophic. The reforms were too sudden, too idealistic, and too poorly enforced. Aristocrats resisted fiercely, peasants were confused, and officials often ignored or sabotaged the edicts. Currency experiments caused inflation and economic collapse. Land reforms sputtered as powerful families found loopholes. Instead of restoring harmony, Wang Ming's policies created chaos. And then came the disasters. Nature itself seemed to rebel against him. In 11 CE, the Yellow River, that restless, devastating dragon of China, burst its banks, flooding vast swaths of farmland and displacing millions. Refugees roamed the countryside, hungry and desperate. The state's response was clumsy, its relief efforts inadequate. Rebellion flared in multiple provinces as people concluded that heaven had withdrawn its favor from the Xian. The most famous of these uprisings was the Red Eyebrows Rebellion, named for the rebels' painted brows. At first, they were desperate peasants resisting starvation and injustice. But as their numbers swelled, they became a genuine revolutionary force, seizing cities and challenging imperial troops. Meanwhile, on the northern frontier, the Xiongnu sensed weakness and raided deep into Chinese territory. Wang Ming's armies were stretched thin, fighting both internal revolt and external attack. By 23 CE, the storm had become overwhelming. Rebel armies marched on the capital, Chang'an. In a chaotic battle inside the city, Wang Ming was cornered and killed, reportedly hacked to death in the palace, his body mutilated in vengeance. The Xian dynasty, after just 14 years, collapsed in flames. But Wang Ming's story didn't end there. His failure opened the way for the Eastern Han, as loyalists of the Liu family regrouped, restored the Han banner, and claimed the mandate of heaven once more. To many, it seemed proof that the dynasty's legitimacy had never truly ended. The Han returned, battered but enduring, while Wang Ming's Xian became a cautionary tale. So was Wang Ming a utopian dreamer or a reckless usurper? Historians still debate. His reforms showed deep awareness of inequality and suffering, and in another context, some of his ideas, land redistribution, regulation of monopolies, even curbing slavery, might have worked. But his execution was fatally flawed. He tried to remake society overnight, ignoring entrenched interests and the slow pace of change. His reign revealed the dangers of moral absolutism when untempered by pragmatism. And yet, his failure wasn't meaningless. Later dynasties studied his reforms, sometimes adopting softened versions. The very problems he identified, land concentration, exploitation, imbalance between rich and poor, never disappeared, and every dynasty wrestled with them. In that sense, Wang Ming's interlude was like a flash of lightning, brief, blinding, destructive, but illuminating. If you picture it, you might see Wang Ming seated on the throne, quoting Confucius as he signs decrees that no one obeys, convinced he is restoring heaven's order. Outside, peasants starve as floods drown their crops. Merchants curse worthless new coins. Aristocrats sneer and plot. And in the distance, rebel drums beat louder and louder until they crash into the capital and silence his vision forever. The Han Dynasty's story could have ended there. But it didn't. Against the odds, it rose again, its identity strong enough to reclaim legitimacy. And that resilience, that ability to absorb even the catastrophe of Wang Mang, says as much about the Han as its conquests or culture. When Wang Mang proclaimed the Xian dynasty in 9 CE, he wrapped himself in the robes of virtue and Confucian rectitude. He spoke of restoring ancient order, of returning society to the imagined purity of the Zhou. For a brief moment, it looked like he might pull it off. But within little more than a decade, his empire was crumbling, not from one single blow, but from a perfect storm of policy failure, natural disaster, and human desperation. The fall of Wang Mang was not just the collapse of a throne. It was a descent into chaos that shook the very foundations of Chinese society. The first cracks appeared in his reforms. Wang Mang's sweeping decrees, land nationalization, currency experiments, bans on slavery, were radical, but they weren't rooted in reality. Aristocrats quietly resisted, peasants were bewildered, and local officials ignored or twisted policies for their own gain. The result was confusion and economic disruption. Markets floundered, inflation surged, and confidence in the state eroded. Then came nature's hammer. In 11 CE, the Yellow River, long both a lifeline and a curse, shifted its course in one of its catastrophic floods. Vast stretches of farmland were drowned. Villages vanished under muddy waters. Millions were displaced, turning into refugees wandering the countryside in search of food and shelter. It was one of those disasters that didn't just kill, it unmoored entire populations, shredding the fragile threads that tied people to the dynasty. The government's response? Clumsy, inadequate, often indifferent. Relief efforts were too little, too late. Granaries failed to meet demand. Instead of seeing a caring sage king, the people saw a regime out of touch, spouting Confucian rhetoric while they starved. In a society steeped in the belief that heaven showed its judgment through natural disasters, the floods and famine looked like cosmic condemnation. Wang Mang's mandate of heaven, proclaimed with such confidence, now seemed revoked. Desperation breeds resistance, and resistance soon turned into rebellion. Peasant uprisings erupted across the provinces. The most famous were the Red Eyebrows, a movement of starving farmers who smeared their brows with red paint as a sign of unity. At first, they were ragtag bands stealing food to survive. But their ranks swelled quickly, fueled by anger and hunger. Soon they were seizing towns, defeating local officials, and spreading like wildfire. They weren't alone. Other groups rose up too: local strongmen, disaffected soldiers, opportunistic warlords. Each had their grievances, some against Wang Mang's land reforms, others against famine, still others simply against chaos itself. The empire fractured into a patchwork of uprisings, each feeding off the other. Meanwhile, the Xiongnu, longtime adversaries, sensed weakness and renewed raids across the northern frontier. The Xian armies, stretched thin trying to suppress rebellion at home, struggled to respond. It was as if every wound the Han had once patched open tore itself raw at once: peasant anger, aristocratic resistance, frontier pressure, natural disaster. By 23 CE, the crisis reached its climax. Rebel forces, led by a coalition that included the Red Eyebrows, marched on the capital, Chang'an. Inside the city, Wang Mang clung to power, still issuing decrees, still citing Confucian classics as if words alone could stop armies. But words don't stop swords. The rebels stormed the palace. In the chaos, Wang Mang was captured and killed, hacked to pieces, his body desecrated in fury. The man who had promised utopia died not as a sage king, but as a failed usurper, his dream buried under the rubble of rebellion. The fall of Wang Mang didn't immediately restore order. Far from it. With the Xian gone, the empire was adrift. Who would claim the mandate of heaven now? Rebel leaders jostled for supremacy. Pretenders emerged, some even claiming descent from the old Han line. The Red Eyebrows, victorious but unruly, looted the capital, alienating the very people they had claimed to fight for. Ordinary families, already crushed by flood and famine, now faced banditry, civil war, and the breakdown of authority. Amid this chaos, one thread of continuity remained: the enduring prestige of the Han name. Even as the Xian collapsed, many still looked to the Lu clan, descendants of the original Han founders, as the rightful bearers of heaven's mandate. Loyalists rallied around surviving princes, seeing in them a return to stability. And slowly, through the smoke and confusion, the embers of the Han flickered back to life. The years immediately after Wang Mang's death were brutal. Rebellion didn't vanish, it multiplied. The Red Eyebrows themselves became a terror, as undisciplined armies plundered villages in the name of survival. Other factions rose, each carving out territory. It was a civil war not unlike the early days of Liu Bang and Xiangyu, with the difference that now the land was more exhausted, the people more weary. Yet history has a rhythm, and in that rhythm, order often emerges from chaos. In 25 CE, Lu Xiu, a distant descendant of Emperor Jing, would seize the moment. Rallying loyalists, defeating rivals, and claiming the mandate, he restored the Han Dynasty in what historians call the Eastern Han. But that's the next chapter. For now, in the years immediately following 23 CE, China was a land in flames, torn between famine, rebellion, and the search for legitimacy. So what does Wang Mang's fall teach us? That ideals, however noble, can't stand without practicality. That cosmic claims of heaven's favor mean little when the rivers flood and the granaries are empty. And that once people lose faith in a dynasty, rebellion can spread faster than armies can march. Picture it: fields drowned by flood, families trudging along muddy roads, carrying what little they can salvage. Bands of peasants with red-painted brows storming county seats, shouting for justice. A palace in Chang'an, once gleaming, now swarmed with rebels, the emperor's edicts trampled underfoot. And above it all, the question that haunted every villager, merchant, and soldier: who rules now? The answer, soon enough, would be the Han once more. But first, the land had to pass through fire. The fall of Wang Mang and the chaos that followed could have been the end of the Han story. Civil wars often erase dynasties completely, leaving their names as footnotes while new families rise. But the Han was different. Its identity was too deeply rooted, its legitimacy too widely accepted. Even amid the anarchy of famine, flood, and rebellion, people whispered about the Han line, not as memory, but as destiny. And into this storm stepped Lu Xiu, the man history would remember as Emperor Guangwu, restorer of the Han. Lu Xiu wasn't born into immense power. He was a distant descendant of Emperor Jing, not in the direct line of succession, but close enough to claim the sacred Lu bloodline. That mattered. In a world where the mandate of heaven was believed to flow through dynastic lineage, blood could be as powerful as armies. When the Xian collapsed and pretenders jostled for the throne, Lu Xiu's ancestry made him stand out. He wasn't just another warlord, he was a Han prince by birth. But blood alone wasn't enough. The land was crawling with rivals, the Red Eyebrows, peasant rebels swollen into an army, self-proclaimed emperors in various provinces, ambitious generals with their own agendas. To win, Lu Xiu needed more than legitimacy. He needed patience, diplomacy, and military skill. Fortunately, he had all three. At first, he kept a low profile, aligning with other Han loyalists while biding his time. His older brother, Liu Yan, played a more visible role in the early resistance, but when Yan was killed in battle, Lu Xiu quietly assumed leadership. Where others blustered, he calculated. Where others demanded obedience, he persuaded. Allies began to rally to him not just because of his blood, but because he seemed reasonable, pragmatic, and steady. His first great test came against the Red Eyebrows. These rebels, who had painted their brows red as a sign of defiance, had become a formidable force. They even installed their own puppet emperor, another Lu claimant, chosen to give their movement legitimacy. For a time, it looked as though the Red Eyebrows might seize the mandate themselves. But their army, though vast, was unruly. Looting, indiscipline, and brutality alienated the very people they claimed to defend. Lu Xiu exploited this. Instead of rushing into pitched battle, he let the Red Eyebrows exhaust themselves. His forces harassed them, cut supply lines, and courted disillusioned defectors. When the decisive clash finally came at Kunying in 23 CE, Lu Xiu's smaller, disciplined force crushed a much larger Xian army. The victory was electrifying. Against the odds, Lu Xiu had not only defeated a numerically superior enemy, but done so with tactical brilliance. It was the moment when he stopped being just a claimant and became a true contender for the throne. From there, Lu Xiu's star only rose. He pressed his advantage, defeating rival warlords and consolidating territory. Each victory brought more followers. Each defection of a local lord or general strengthened his hand. By 25 CE, he had established his capital at Luoyang, deliberately choosing it over the old capital Chang'an. The symbolism was powerful. This was a new Han, the Eastern Han, rising from the ashes of the old. As emperor, Guangwu ruled with the restraint of a man who had seen too much chaos. Unlike Emperor Wu before him, Guangwu didn't chase glory through endless wars. He didn't bleed the treasury dry with grandiose projects. Instead, he focused on rebuilding order. His priorities were simple but vital: restore agriculture, stabilize the currency, reduce taxes, and reassert central authority. One of his first acts was to offer amnesty to rebels and defectors. Instead of annihilating every rival, he co-opted many of them, folding them into his new regime. This pragmatism spared resources and turned enemies into allies. It also set the tone for his rule: practical, moderate, and focused on stability. Economically, he slashed the burdens on peasants. After years of famine and forced labor, the people were exhausted. Guangwu reduced corvée demands and lowered taxes, allowing families to recover. Fields were replanted, granaries slowly refilled, and villages rebuilt. It wasn't instant prosperity. Scars from the Xian collapse lingered, but it was breathing room, and breathing room was enough to restore hope. Militarily, Guangwu wasn't passive. He sent campaigns north to contain the Xiongnu, west to reassert control over the Heshi corridor, and south to integrate rebellious regions. But he avoided overextension. Where Wu had sought expansion at any cost, Guangwu sought security. His strategy was one of measured consolidation, not reckless conquest. That difference would define the Eastern Han's longevity. Culturally, Guangwu leaned heavily into the Confucian moral order. After the chaos of Wang Mang's Confucian utopia gone wrong, many might have expected disillusionment. But Guangwu understood that Confucianism's problem under Wang Mang wasn't the philosophy itself, it was the lack of realism. Guangwu brought Confucian values back to the center, but tempered them with pragmatism. The result was a government that felt moral without being fantastical. What's striking is how quickly the Eastern Han re-established itself. By the 30 CE, less than a decade after Guangwu's coronation, much of the empire was pacified. Loyalist officials staffed the bureaucracy, roads were repaired, trade routes reopened. The dynasty that many had thought dead was alive again, its legitimacy reaffirmed. In the eyes of the people, heaven had returned the mandate to the Liu family, proving that the Xian had always been a false interlude. For the people, this restoration mattered deeply. After years of flood, famine, and rebellion, the return of Han rule felt like the return of normalcy. Taxes were still there, but lighter. Labor was still demanded, but less crushing. Armies still marched, but not endlessly. The dynasty once again provided what people craved most: predictability. And perhaps most importantly, Guangwu's reign redefined resilience. Dynasties often collapse under the weight of rebellion. But the Han, by returning, showed that its legitimacy was larger than one throne, one palace, or one emperor. It was an identity. People believed in Han-ness, and that belief carried the dynasty through even its darkest hour. Guangwu himself ruled for more than 30 years, until 57 CE. He never sought immortality like Wu, never drowned the people in taxes like Wang Mang, never let ego outrun pragmatism. Instead, he became known as a restorer, a steady hand who brought the empire back from the brink. Later generations honored him as the emperor who proved that even when dynasties falter, they can be reborn. So imagine it, a battered land, scarred by floods and rebellion, slowly greening again as fields are replanted. Soldiers returning home, laying down arms to take up plows. Markets reopening, silk once more traded for grain and horses. And in Luoyang, an emperor in plain robes, more administrator than conqueror, steering the ship of state with patience rather than spectacle. That was Guangwu's Han, a dynasty restored not by dazzling ambition, but by careful rebuilding. When Lu Xiu, Emperor Guangwu, shifted the Han capital eastward from Chang'an to Luoyang, it wasn't just a geographic move. It was a symbolic reset, a way to mark the restoration as something both continuous with the old Han and distinct from it. Chang'an had been the seat of grandeur, of Emperor Wu's vast ambitions, and of Wang Meng's bloody downfall. Luoyang, in contrast, felt more modest, more pragmatic, better suited to the quieter work of rebuilding. But with that shift came changes in the court's inner workings, and the Eastern Han quickly developed a political balance quite unlike its Western counterpart. To understand this, you have to picture Luoyang. Nestled near the Luo River, it lacked some of Chang'an's imposing scale, but it was strategically placed closer to fertile lands of the Central Plains, better connected to eastern trade routes, and less vulnerable to steppe invasions. The new palaces were impressive, but they didn't overshadow the memory of Chang'an's grandeur. That mattered. Guangwu wanted stability, not ostentation. But even modest courts are political hothouses, and Luoyang was no exception. The first big difference lay in the role of the emperor himself. Guangwu had learned from the chaos of the Xian and the hubris of Emperor Wu. He ruled with restraint, keeping a tighter rein on his own ambitions. His successors in the Eastern Han inherited this model. Emperors were still powerful, but they tended to be less flamboyant, more administrative. That doesn't mean they were weak, but their style of governance created space for other players to grow influential. Chief among those players were the imperial relatives, particularly the families of empresses. In the Western Han, the Lu clan had generally held the center, but in the Eastern Han, the court became a stage for powerful in-law families to exert influence. Each new emperor brought his mother's clan into the palace orbit, and these families often treated imperial favor as their ticket to wealth and dominance. The balance of power tilted between emperors and empresses' kin, sometimes subtly, sometimes explosively. Take, for example, the rise of the Dou family under Emperor Zheng or the Liang family in later reigns. These clans used their positions as imperial in-laws to dominate court politics, appointing allies, blocking rivals, and sometimes bending imperial decisions to their advantage. The emperors weren't always passive, but the court increasingly became a place where dynastic legitimacy rested on a constant tug-of-war between the throne and its extended family. Layered on top of this was another uniquely Eastern Han phenomenon: the growing influence of eunuchs. These palace servants, castrated and entrusted with intimate access to the emperor, began as mere attendants. But over time, their proximity to the throne gave them enormous leverage. They could control access, whisper counsel, and protect or undermine officials. In the later Eastern Han, eunuchs would become kingmakers, sparking bitter conflicts with Confucian scholar officials. Already in the early centuries, their shadow was lengthening. The court also leaned more heavily into Confucian bureaucracy than ever before. The imperial examination system wasn't fully developed yet, but scholar officials chosen for their mastery of Confucian classics became central to governance. They carried themselves as moral arbiters, constantly reminding the emperor and his court of the correct way to rule. In theory, they embodied virtue. In practice, they clashed with eunuchs and in-laws, creating a three-way struggle: emperor, relatives, and bureaucrats, each vying for influence. This delicate balance created a very different flavor of politics than the Western Han's frontier-focused, emperor-centered power. The Eastern Han court was more factional, more about influence within palace walls than about grand campaigns. That didn't make it less dangerous. If anything, it made it more insidious. Assassinations, purges, and smear campaigns weren't uncommon. One emperor might lean on his empress's clan, the next might turn to eunuchs for support, and the next might try to assert independence, swinging the pendulum back. Stability always felt conditional, contingent on who held the emperor's ear. And yet, this system had a strange resilience. Because power was distributed among competing factions, no single failure could topple the dynasty immediately. When an emperor was weak, in-laws or eunuchs filled the gap. When relatives overreached, scholar officials pushed back. When officials grew too bold, eunuchs clipped their wings. It was a messy balance, but it kept the dynasty alive for nearly 2 more centuries. Meanwhile, the symbolism of Luoyang itself reinforced the shift. Chang'an had been westward-looking, gazing toward the steppe and Central Asia. Luoyang looked east and south, toward the heartlands of China proper. The move subtly signaled a turning inward, less expansionist, more consolidationist. The Eastern Han still cared about the Silk Road and the Xiongnu, but its court politics revolved less around frontier conquest and more around palace intrigue and internal administration. This change rippled down into how emperors saw their role. Guangwu set the tone by focusing on economic recovery and social stability rather than military spectacle. Later emperors, like Ming and Zhang, reinforced Confucian orthodoxy and ritual piety, presenting themselves as custodians of moral order rather than warrior kings. For the common people, this meant fewer ruinous wars, but for the court, it meant more subtle battles of philosophy, influence, and moral legitimacy. The result was an Eastern Han court that often looked like a chessboard. Pieces moved not just on the battlefield, but in palace halls, an empress dowager backing her brothers, eunuchs whispering advice at night, scholar officials drafting memorials condemning corruption. Sometimes the emperor himself was strong enough to control the board. Sometimes he was young, sickly, or distracted, and the pieces moved without him. Either way, power was constantly negotiated, shared, and contested in ways the Western Han hadn't quite known. If you imagine it, picture a grand hall in Luoyang. The emperor sits on the throne, robed but perhaps still a teenager, his words guided by advisors. To one side, the empress's brothers smirk, confident in their influence. To the other, Confucian officials clutch scrolls, ready to protest abuses. In the shadows, eunuchs hover, eyes sharp, ears open, knowing that sometimes a whisper in the right moment can matter more than an army. This was the new balance of the Eastern Han, less about cavalry charges, more about palace corridors. And yet, despite all its factionalism, the Eastern Han endured. For nearly 2 centuries, emperors from Guangwu onward managed to keep the mandate. The system worked until, of course, it didn't. The very forces that made the court resilient, eunuchs, in-laws, scholars, would one day tear it apart in the factional crises of the late 2nd century. But that's a story for another bullet. For now, in the first flush of the Eastern Han, the court in Luoyang represented a new model, pragmatic, divided, but durable. Every dynasty has peaks and valleys, moments when its fortunes rise toward the heavens and moments when they stumble into decline. For the Eastern Han, the reigns of Emperor Ming, r. 57 to 75 CE, and his son Emperor Zheng, r. 75 to 88 CE, were widely remembered as its high point. Later historians, writing centuries afterward, spoke of their era as one of bright clarity and harmony, a time when the empire felt orderly, prosperous, and confident. Like sunlight breaking through after storm clouds, Ming and Zhang's rule brought a sense of renewal that contrasted sharply with the chaos of Wang Meng's collapse and the bloody struggles of the dynasty's restoration. When Guangwu died in 57 CE, his son Liu Zhuang, known to history as Emperor Ming, inherited a throne that had been stabilized but not yet fully secured. The countryside was recovering, the bureaucracy was functioning again, but memories of famine and rebellion were still fresh. Ming's task was to consolidate, to ensure that Guangwu's restoration didn't unravel. And he proved equal to the task. Ming was a careful ruler, not given to extravagance. He embodied the Confucian model of a scholar king, valuing moderation, ritual, and moral governance. Taxes remained relatively light, corvée labor demands reasonable. He sought to strengthen agriculture and rebuild trust in the government. Under his guidance, the economy flourished, harvests stabilized, trade routes hummed again, and artisans thrived. It wasn't a dramatic reign, but that was the point. After decades of upheaval, the people wanted predictability, not fireworks. One of Ming's most famous legacies is cultural rather than political, the introduction of Buddhism to China. Legends tell of a dream he had, in which a golden man with a radiant aura appeared to him, interpreted by advisors as the Buddha. Inspired, he dispatched envoys westward, who returned with Buddhist scriptures and monks from India. Whether or not the dream actually happened, what matters is that during Ming's reign, Buddhism began to plant deeper roots in China. He sponsored the construction of the White Horse Temple near Luoyang, often considered the first Buddhist temple in China. At the time, Buddhism was still a curiosity, a foreign import studied by a small elite. But those first seeds would, over centuries, transform Chinese spirituality. Ming also reinforced the role of Confucianism in government. He supported the expansion of the Imperial Academy, where scholars studied the classics and trained to serve as officials. He standardized rituals and promoted orthodoxy, shaping the moral culture of the court. This dual emphasis, Confucian governance and openness to foreign ideas like Buddhism, gave his reign both stability and cultural breadth. If Ming set the foundation, his son Emperor Zhang built upon it. Zhang continued his father's policies of moderation, but added a touch of expansion and ambition. Militarily, he pushed back against the Xiongnu, sending campaigns that reasserted Han dominance in the north and west. Under Zhang, the empire regained control over parts of the Silk Road that had slipped away, re-establishing trade and influence across Central Asia. Tribute missions from distant states arrived at Luoyang, bringing exotic animals and goods that dazzled the court. To the people, these displays reinforced the sense that the Han was once again the center of all under heaven. Domestically, Zhang was remembered as benevolent. He reduced punishments, encouraged agriculture, and ensured granaries were stocked. Famines, when they struck, were met with relief measures rather than neglect. His reign was long enough to provide continuity, giving a generation of Chinese the experience of growing up under steady rule. Together, Ming and Zhang created an atmosphere that later historians idealized. The combination of moral governance, economic recovery, modest military success, and cultural flowering made their era a benchmark. In fact, later scholars would sometimes refer to the Mingzheng period as shorthand for good government. But beneath the surface of this golden image, tensions still brewed. The influence of empresses' families began to grow more pronounced during these reigns, setting precedents that would later destabilize the court. Eunuchs, too, continued to accumulate quiet power. These cracks weren't visible to most ordinary people, but they foreshadowed the factional struggles of later decades. What stands out about Ming and Zhang is not that they solved every problem, but that they struck a balance. They avoided the extravagance of Emperor Wu, the radicalism of Wang Meng, and the paralysis of weak rulers. Instead, they governed with moderation, patience, and a willingness to listen to advice. In a dynasty where later emperors would fall to arrogance, manipulation, or factional capture, Ming and Zhang shone as examples of what good rulers could be. If you imagine the Eastern Han at its high point, picture this: fields stretching green and golden across the plains, villages humming with work but not crushed by tax collectors, caravans of silk and horses moving along secured trade routes, temples rising in Luoyang, where Confucian scholars debate and foreign monks chant strange new sutras, the emperor's court alive with envoys bearing tribute, musicians playing songs that blended Chinese melodies with Central Asian rhythms, and scribes recording it all in elegant calligraphy. It was a world where, for a moment, the people could believe the dynasty was blessed by heaven, secure in its mandate. And perhaps that's the deepest legacy of Ming and Zhang. They gave the Han people a memory of stability. Later, when the dynasty faltered and rebellion shook the land, people would look back to this period as proof that the Han could rule well, that peace and prosperity weren't illusions. Even centuries later, Confucian scholars held them up as models of virtuous emperors. In the story of the Han, the reigns of Ming and Zhang were the exhale after a long, desperate breath. For the first time in generations, the empire could breathe easy, not forever, but long enough to remember what harmony felt like. The reigns of Ming and Zhang left the Eastern Han with an aura of stability and prosperity. Later generations remembered them almost as a golden pair of rulers, balancing moderation with strength. But history has a way of hiding the hairline cracks until they spread. Beneath the calm surface of the Mingjing era, three forces were quietly growing in influence: the families of empresses, the eunuchs within the palace, and the Confucian scholar officials who staffed the bureaucracy. Each claimed legitimacy in its own way. Each believed itself vital to the dynasty. And as their power grew, so did the fault lines between them. To understand the dynamics, you have to picture the Han court. Unlike the military campaigns of Emperor Wu or the sweeping reforms of Guangwu, much of Eastern Han politics unfolded inside palace walls. The emperor was the sun, but around him orbited competing planets, relatives by marriage, trusted attendants, and moralizing officials. The balance among these groups was delicate, and when one grew too dominant, the others resisted. Let's start with the empresses' families. In the Han system, an emperor's choice of empress was more than personal. It was political. By marrying a woman from a powerful clan, the throne tied itself to that clan's fortunes. Brothers, uncles, and cousins of the empress were elevated to high office, granted land, and given the chance to shape court policy. This wasn't inherently destabilizing. Guangwu himself had relied on marriage alliances to secure loyalty during the Restoration. But over time, the dynamic grew toxic. The problem was continuity. Emperors came and went, sometimes dying young, sometimes leaving child heirs. In those cases, empress dowagers, mothers of child emperors, often ruled as regents. Their families became kingmakers. A widow holding power for her son might lean heavily on her brothers or nephews, and those relatives often treated the empire as their personal fief. The Dou family under Emperor Zhang, the Liang family in the 2nd century, and others like them wielded enormous influence, often overshadowing the emperors themselves. The throne was never vacant, but at times it was smothered by the weight of in-law politics. Then there were the eunuchs. In the strict hierarchy of the Han court, eunuchs began as mere servants. Castrated and confined to the palace, they had no families, no external clans to support. That made them seem safe, even trustworthy, in a court riddled with factional intrigue. After all, who could they conspire with outside the palace? But their closeness to the emperor gave them unparalleled access. They attended him daily, overheard secrets, managed documents, and controlled access to his person. Over time, some emperors, weary of domineering in-laws or censorious scholars, turned to eunuchs as confidants. And the eunuchs, sensing opportunity, built their own networks of power. By the Mid-Eastern Han, eunuchs weren't just attendants, they were brokers of imperial favor. They whispered in the emperor's ear, arranged promotions, and funneled bribes. Their influence was invisible but enormous. For officials on the outside, it was maddening. How could one argue policy with logic and precedent when a whisper from a palace servant could undo everything? Finally, we come to the Confucian scholar officials. They were the conscience of the dynasty, steeped in the classics, trained to believe they were guardians of virtue. They staffed the bureaucracy, wrote memorials to the throne, and lectured emperors on moral governance. They had no armies, no palace access, no hereditary clans behind them. Their power lay in words, in the cultural authority of Confucianism. In theory, they were loyal to the dynasty above all. In practice, they often clashed with eunuchs and empresses' families, denouncing corruption and demanding reform. At first, these tensions were manageable. During the Mingzheng period, emperors were strong enough to balance the factions, using each against the other. But after Zhang's death in 88 CE, the cracks widened. Child emperors came to the throne, leaving regents and empress dowagers to govern. Relatives by marriage stepped into the vacuum, accumulating titles and wealth. Scholar officials bristled, writing scathing memorials that accused imperial kin of overreach. Eunuchs, meanwhile, offered emperors an escape from both meddling relatives and moralizing scholars, becoming indispensable allies and corrupt gatekeepers. The result was a political three-way tug-of-war. Empress clans dominated during child reigns, often using their regencies to enrich themselves. Scholars denounced them, invoking the mandate of heaven to demand restraint. Eunuchs whispered counsels of loyalty directly to the emperor, often undermining both scholars and in-laws. None of these groups could destroy the others outright, but each tried. The court became a battlefield fought with ink, whispers, and assassinations instead of swords. For ordinary people, these struggles seemed distant, hidden in palace corridors. But their consequences were real. Corruption at the top meant harsher taxes in the countryside. Factional purges meant talented officials were sidelined or executed. Distracted leadership meant frontier defenses weakened and granaries went unstocked. The dynasty's surface stability concealed growing fragility beneath. One particularly dangerous dynamic was the rise of court purges. Scholar officials who spoke too bluntly risked dismissal, imprisonment, even execution. Entire groups of Confucian scholars were at times persecuted for criticizing eunuchs or in-law families. Known as the partisan prohibitions, these purges would cripple the moral authority of the bureaucracy, leaving eunuchs freer to dominate. By the late 2nd century, the bureaucracy's moral backbone was badly fractured, thanks to decades of factional infighting. If you picture it, imagine Wozhong's palace halls, an empress dowager presiding over court, her brothers swaggering in high office, Confucian officials bowing stiffly, their scrolls filled with warnings about virtue and heaven's wrath. Eunuchs standing silently at the emperor's side, eyes sharp, their presence a reminder that they control who whispers into the throne's ear at night. The air is thick with tension, every word weighed for its political consequences. Out in the countryside, farmers are plowing fields, unaware that the fate of their dynasty is being decided in these invisible battles. The Ming and Zhang era may have been remembered as a high point, but by the end of the 1st century, the seeds of later turmoil had been planted. Empress clans had tasted unchecked power. Eunuchs had discovered the value of their proximity to the throne. Scholar officials had asserted themselves as moral arbiters, willing to challenge the emperor himself. These three forces would not remain in balance forever. Sooner or later, one would push too hard, and the system would fracture. That's the tragedy of dynasties. The very structures that keep them stable, marriage alliances, loyal attendants, moral bureaucracy can, if unchecked, become sources of weakness. In the Eastern Han, those cracks were just beginning to show, faint lines on the surface of what still looked like a shining empire. But as history would prove, those lines were destined to widen into fault lines, and then into fractures that no emperor could mend. If there's one thing that shaped the political psychology of Han China more than armies or taxes, it was the belief in the mandate of heaven. This wasn't just a metaphor, it was a worldview. Heaven, an impersonal but moral force, judged rulers by their virtue. When emperors ruled well, heaven blessed the land with order, peace, and bountiful harvests. When emperors failed, Heaven sent warnings, disasters, famines, strange celestial signs. If the warnings were ignored, rebellion and collapse followed. For the Han, natural disaster was never just weather, it was politics written in fire and flood. By the late 1st and early 2nd century CE, the Eastern Han began to suffer a string of catastrophes that shook faith in the dynasty's virtue. Floods, earthquakes, droughts, and plagues battered the empire, and each disaster was read as heaven's rebuke. Farmers saw crops rot in the fields and wondered if the emperor had lost heaven's favor. Scholars compiled records of comets, eclipses, and locust swarms, interpreting them as cosmic admonitions. The court itself, steeped in Confucian ritual, could not ignore these signs. The fear of heaven's anger hung like a shadow over every decision. One of the most dreaded forces was the Yellow River. Known as China's sorrow, it had always been both lifeline and menace. When its levees broke, whole provinces drowned. Fields turned to mudflats, villages vanished, and survivors fled by the thousands. In Han times, floods displaced millions, creating waves of refugees who roamed the countryside hungry and desperate. For peasants taxed to their limits, a single flood could mean ruin. For the state, it meant unrest, as displaced families sometimes turned into bandits or joined uprisings. Earthquakes, too, terrified the people. A tremor in the ground wasn't seen as geology, but as divine rage. Scholars wrote memorials to the throne insisting that earthquakes were signs of imperial misconduct. Famines brought the same conclusion. If heaven withheld rain, it was because rulers had failed in their duties. Locust plagues, stripping fields bare, were read as heaven's armies punishing human corruption. Even eclipses of the sun or moon were taken as omens, moments when the natural order faltered to signal that the political order was also out of balance. The emperors couldn't ignore these interpretations. In fact, they reinforced them. Han rulers often issued edicts of self-criticism after disasters, acknowledging fault and promising to reform. A flood might prompt the emperor to announce that taxes would be reduced, punishments lightened, or corrupt officials dismissed. These acts weren't mere politics, they were rituals meant to appease heaven, to show that the ruler recognized his failings. The very act of confessing error was a form of governance, a way of realigning with cosmic order. But here's the paradox. Even as emperors issued these edicts, disasters kept coming. The cycle of flood, famine, and rebellion didn't stop. To the people, this looked like proof that heaven's patience was wearing thin. To scholars, it was evidence that corruption at court, by empresses' families, eunuchs, or the emperor himself, was poisoning the mandate. For the dynasty, it was a slow erosion of legitimacy, harder to fight than any invading army. By the 2nd century CE, the strain of disasters was visible everywhere. Refugee populations swelled as floods and famines drove peasants from their homes. Banditry increased, especially in regions where local officials were too weak or corrupt to provide relief. Communities turned to charismatic leaders who promised both food and justice, laying the groundwork for future rebellions. Superstition flourished in this atmosphere. If heaven was angry, perhaps spirits or gods could intercede. Taoist healers and mystics gained followers, offering charms, rituals, and new teachings that promised protection from disaster. The growing popularity of millenarian movements, groups that claimed a cosmic turning point was coming, reflected how deeply people felt the dynasty was faltering. Ordinary families prayed not just to ancestors, but to new deities, hoping anyone, would restore balance. The fear of heaven's anger also sharpened conflicts at court. Scholar officials used disasters as ammunition against rivals. If floods ravaged the land, they claimed it was because eunuchs had corrupted the emperor. If an earthquake struck, they declared it was punishment for in-laws abusing power. Disasters became political weapons, woven into the endless factional battles. Every tremor, every locust swarm, became another chance for one faction to accuse the other of offending heaven. Imagine the atmosphere in Luozhong after a great flood, the palace receiving endless petitions from scholars, each pointing to the disaster as proof of corruption. Eunuchs whispering to the emperor that the scholars were exaggerating to gain power. Empress dowagers urging that heaven's wrath was really directed at rival clans. Meanwhile, peasants in the countryside waded through waist-deep waters, watching their homes collapse, wondering if any emperor in Luoyang truly cared. This cycle of disaster and omen created a sense of doom psychology. Even when the dynasty still looked strong, with armies and wealth, the people felt that heaven was slipping away. Faith in the mandate is like the thread in a tapestry. Once it begins to unravel, the whole pattern looks fragile. And as floods, famines, and earthquakes piled up, the Eastern Han's tapestry of legitimacy began to fray. What's haunting is how this belief made the dynasty both strong and vulnerable. Strong, because as long as people thought the Hans still had heaven's mandate, they endured hardship without revolt, trusting the emperor to make amends. Vulnerable, because once enough people believed the mandate was lost, rebellion became not only acceptable but righteous. To overthrow a dynasty stripped of heaven's favor was not treason, it was justice. By the late 2nd century, that logic would fuel uprisings like the Yellow Turbans. But even in earlier decades, the fear of heaven's anger gnawed at the dynasty's foundations. Omens didn't just predict collapse, they helped create it, eroding trust and making rebellion thinkable. If you close your eyes, you can almost hear it, the rushing of floodwaters swallowing fields, the crack of earth splitting in an earthquake, the silence of skies darkened by locusts. And in the capital, the frantic scratching of brushes on bamboo slips, officials recording omens, interpreting disasters, debating who had angered heaven this time. It was more than fear of nature, it was fear that the universe itself had turned against the Han. By the late 2nd century CE, the Eastern Han was limping. Floods had drowned provinces, locusts had stripped fields bare, and famine had driven peasants from their homes in search of food. Taxes still pressed down, while eunuchs and empress families tore the court apart with factional feuds. Scholars preached virtue, but their words rarely reached the countryside, where hunger gnawed harder than any philosophy. To the weary and desperate, it looked less and less like the dynasty had heaven's blessing. And when faith in heaven falters, rebellion ceases to feel like treason. It starts to feel like destiny. It was in this atmosphere that a new force emerged, religious rebellion, movements fueled not just by anger, but by belief. The most famous and most explosive was the Yellow Turban Rebellion of 184 CE, led by a charismatic healer and visionary named Zheng Ju. Zheng Ju wasn't a general or noble. He was a Taoist faith healer, part of a growing movement that promised not just cures for sickness, but salvation from chaos. Known as the Way of Great Peace, Taiping Tao, his sect blended Taoist rituals, folk traditions, and apocalyptic prophecy. It taught that the Han had lost heaven's mandate and that a new age was coming, one of equality, peace, and divine justice. To suffering peasants, this message was electric. If floods and famine were heaven's anger, then Zheng Ju's teachings offered a way out, a promise that their misery was not meaningless, but part of a cosmic turning. The movement spread like wildfire. Zheng Ju and his brothers organized cells across the provinces, recruiting followers with promises of healing, magic, and hope. They wore yellow cloths tied around their heads, a symbol of unity and a banner under which even the poorest farmer could march. The yellow itself carried weight. It was the color of earth, of renewal, of dynastic change. When tens of thousands began donning the turbans, it was a declaration not just of rebellion, but of cosmic revolution. The numbers swelled. Some sources claim hundreds of thousands, even millions, joined the cause. Even if inflated, the scale was unprecedented. Villages emptied as peasants flocked to the movement. Secret networks of followers prepared for coordinated uprisings. Their slogan was chilling in its simplicity: "The blue heavens are dead, the yellow heavens will rise." In other words, the Han had lost heaven's favor and a new world was dawning. In 184 CE, they struck. Across northern and central China, Yellow Turban armies rose almost simultaneously, attacking county seats, burning government offices, seizing grain stores. The rebellion was so widespread that the Han court, already weakened by factionalism, reeled in shock. For the first time in centuries, The dynasty faced not just a frontier threat or a local revolt, but an empire-wide uprising fueled by ideology. The rebels were fierce, but not professional. Many were farmers wielding hoes and sticks, inspired by faith more than military discipline. Yet their sheer numbers and coordination made them terrifying. Local officials panicked, some defected, others fled. Cities were besieged, roads cut off. The empire trembled on the edge of collapse. The Han's response was desperate. Eunuchs, generals, and officials scrambled to raise armies. One irony is that the court had to empower local warlords and military commanders to deal with the rebellion, sowing seeds for future fragmentation. But in the short term, it worked. The Yellow Turbans, vast but poorly armed, were eventually crushed by better-equipped imperial forces. Zhang Ju himself died early in the uprising, perhaps of illness, leaving his movement without its central prophet. By 185 CE, the rebellion was largely suppressed. But suppression didn't mean victory. The Yellow Turbans left scars that never healed. Entire provinces were devastated, fields abandoned, villages destroyed. Refugee populations swelled further, destabilizing society. Surviving bands of rebels splintered into roving militias, some evolving into bandit armies that would haunt the countryside for decades. The rebellion had been beaten, but the confidence in Han legitimacy was shattered. And perhaps most importantly, the rebellion exposed the court's weakness. The government couldn't handle the crisis alone. It had to lean on regional commanders. Men like Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Jian first distinguished themselves in campaigns against the Yellow Turbans. These figures, later central in the Wars of the Three Kingdoms, cut their teeth in this rebellion. In trying to crush the uprising, the Han unwittingly armed and empowered the very warlords who would one day carve the empire apart. The Yellow Turbans also left a cultural imprint. Their rebellion wasn't just political, it was spiritual. It showed how religious movements could mobilize the masses with astonishing speed. Their millenarian message, that a cosmic cycle was ending and a new one beginning, resonated so deeply with suffering peasants that it transcended ordinary revolt. Later uprisings, from Taoist sects to Buddhist-inspired rebellions, would follow this model, faith as fuel for revolution. To the Han court, the Yellow Turbans were a nightmare come true, proof that heaven's mandate might indeed have shifted, proof that omens and disasters had meaning. To the people, they were a flash of hope, however short-lived, that a new world was possible. And to historians, they stand as a turning point, the moment when the Eastern Han's decline became irreversible. If you picture it, imagine tens of thousands of peasants marching with yellow cloths tied around their heads, chanting prophecies of heaven's renewal. Imagine officials in Luoyang pale with fear as reports flood in of city after city falling to rebels. Imagine the countryside aflame, with farmers turned soldiers storming government granaries, convinced they were soldiers of destiny. And imagine the relief of the court when the rebellion was finally crushed, relief mingled with the haunting realization that the dynasty had stared into the abyss and barely pulled back. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was more than an uprising. It was a revelation. The Han could no longer command obedience simply by existing. Its people, once the foundation of its strength, had turned against it in the name of heaven. And though the rebellion was defeated, the dynasty would never fully recover. When the Yellow Turban Rebellion erupted in 184 CE, the Han court panicked. With rebels spread across provinces and imperial authority weakened by decades of corruption and disaster, the central government couldn't handle the crisis alone. To save itself, the court turned to regional commanders, granting them extraordinary powers to raise troops, suppress uprisings, and restore order. In the short term, this strategy worked. The Yellow Turbans were crushed, their leader Zhang Ju dead, their movement fragmented. But in the long run, it was a fatal miscalculation. By empowering regional generals, the Han court sowed the seeds of its own destruction. Out of the ashes of the rebellion, new power brokers emerged. Men who had once been loyal officials or rising commanders suddenly found themselves with private armies, local legitimacy, and the taste of independence. The dynasty had asked them to fight rebels. Once the rebels were gone, They realized they didn't have to give up their troops. The empire that had been centralized under Guangwu was fracturing into a patchwork of semi-independent warlords. Take Cao Cao, for instance. During the Yellow Turban campaigns, he distinguished himself as a brilliant organizer and strategist. Though still a relatively minor figure at the time, the crisis gave him opportunities to recruit men and build networks. Others, like Liu Bei, a man of humble origins claiming descent from the imperial Liu clan, also began their careers fighting Yellow Turbans. Even Sun Jian, later the father of Sun Quan, made his reputation during these battles. The rebellion was like a crucible, forging the men who would later dominate the age of warlords. The irony is striking. The Han crushed the Yellow Turbans, but in doing so, it created something even harder to control: ambitious generals with loyal armies. Unlike peasant rebels, who could be scattered once beaten, these men were professionals, educated in war and politics, savvy enough to use both sword and diplomacy. They didn't wear yellow turbans, they wore official seals. But in practice, they were no less a threat to the dynasty. The court, weakened by unit corruption and factionalism, couldn't rein them in. Attempts to recall troops or strip powers were met with excuses, resistance, or outright defiance. Some warlords continued to claim loyalty to the Han, but their loyalty was nominal, more a banner of legitimacy than real obedience. They governed their regions as they saw fit, collecting taxes, enforcing law, and commanding armies. China was becoming a federation in all but name, with the emperor a figurehead. This fragmentation wasn't immediate. It unfolded like a slow unraveling. In some regions, governors truly tried to maintain order in the emperor's name. In others, warlords began feuding, clashing over territory and influence. The countryside, still scarred from famine and rebellion, now became a battlefield between competing generals. For ordinary people, it must have felt like living under endless storms. One year yellow turbans, the next year rival armies trampling fields and seizing grain. One pivotal moment in this unraveling was the disaster of the imperial court in 189 C. When Emperor Ling died, child heirs and court factions left the throne vulnerable. The eunuchs, desperate to maintain power, clashed with rival officials. Into this vacuum rode Dong Zhuo, a warlord summoned to protect the court. Instead, he seized the young emperor, marched into Luoyang, and turned the capital into his personal stronghold. In a shocking move, Dong Zhuo even burned the city and forced the court westward, an act of desecration that horrified the realm. This moment revealed the dynasty's true weakness. The emperor was now a pawn, passed from one warlord to another. The mandate of heaven, once embodied in the throne, was now little more than a token, useful for whichever general controlled the capital. The age of warlords had arrived in full. What's striking is how many of these warlords traced their roots to the Yellow Turban campaigns. Fighting rebels gave them military experience, reputations, and networks of loyal soldiers. The rebellion had been an apocalypse for peasants, but for ambitious generals, it was an opportunity. History often works this way. One crisis ends, and in ending, it clears the stage for new players who will define the next act. The rise of warlords also marked a shift in political culture. In earlier centuries, legitimacy flowed from the court outward. Generals and officials derived their power from imperial appointment. By the late 2nd century, the flow was reversed. Legitimacy flowed from armies upward. A general with troops could make or break emperors. Rituals and titles still mattered. No one dared outright abolish the Han name yet, but in practice, steel spoke louder than scrolls. For ordinary people, this transition was devastating. Warlords demanded grain and taxes to feed armies. Villages caught between rival factions were plundered repeatedly. Refugees swelled the roads, carrying what little they could salvage. Banditry flourished as disbanded soldiers turned to looting. The promise of the Han order, stability, the mandate of heaven, was now hollow. The empire's vast bureaucracy still existed on paper, but on the ground, power lay in whichever army occupied the nearest city. If you imagine it, you might see the contrast starkly. In Luoyang, scholars still debating Confucian classics, insisting on moral governance. In the provinces, warlords drilling troops, stockpiling grain, and sending letters dripping with loyalty to the Han while sharpening swords to fight one another. The Han was alive in name, but in reality, it was already dissolving. And here's the great irony. The warlords rose because they claimed to defend the dynasty. They fought the yellow turbans in the emperor's name, raised armies to preserve order, and punished rebels who claimed heaven's mandate. But once the rebels were gone, they discovered that defending the dynasty gave them the power to control it. The Han didn't fall in one moment. It was eaten away from within, piece by piece, by the very men who swore to protect it. This was the beginning of the end. The Eastern Han would stumble on for a few more decades, but its fate was sealed. The empire was no longer a single body, it was a battlefield of warlords. From this point on, the question wasn't if the Han would fall, it was who would inherit its corpse. For centuries, the Emperor of Han China had been more than a ruler. He was the son of heaven, the pivot between the human and the divine, the one whose virtue kept the cosmos itself in harmony. Even when emperors were weak, their office commanded reverence. But by the late 2nd century CE, the reality had curdled into something tragic. The emperor was no longer the master of the state, but its prize. Warlords and factions used him like a chess piece, moving him to suit their own strategies. The dignity of the throne, once sacrosanct, lay in tatters. The rot began with the eunuchs. By this point in the Eastern Han, eunuchs weren't just attendants in the palace, they were kingmakers. Their closeness to the emperor, their control of access to him, and their ability to manipulate documents gave them unparalleled influence. Some emperors trusted eunuchs more than officials, seeing them as loyal servants free of family ties. But this trust came at a price. Eunuchs enriched themselves through bribes, sold offices, and crushed dissent. Scholar officials railed against their corruption, but their protests often ended in purges known as the partisan prohibitions, where outspoken Confucian scholars were dismissed, imprisoned, or killed. By the reign of Emperor Ling, 168 to 189 CE, eunuch power was nearly absolute. Ling was more interested in pleasures than governance, and he leaned heavily on eunuchs to manage affairs. They, in turn, treated the empire like a personal market, auctioning government posts to the highest bidder. It was politics turned into profiteering. For officials in the provinces, legitimacy no longer came from merit but from bribery. For ordinary people, the dynasty's corruption was plain, disasters raged, taxes rose, and the court seemed to care only for itself. When Emperor Ling died in 189 CE, the crisis reached a breaking point. His heir was a child, too young to rule, and the court factions scrambled for control. The eunuchs tried to hold on to power, but they faced opposition from imperial relatives and ambitious generals. Into this maelstrom rode Dong Zhuo, a warlord from the frontier summoned to protect the court. Dong Zhuo's entrance into Luoyang was like a thunderclap. A coarse, brutal man, he cared little for ritual or legitimacy. He seized the young emperor and his brother, placing them under his control. In a shocking display, he deposed the elder child emperor, installing the younger as a puppet instead. For centuries, the mandate of heaven had been clothed in ritual. Dong Zhuo stripped it bare, proving that the throne could be swapped at will if you had an army behind you. What followed was even worse. Dong Zhuo treated the court not as sacred but as spoils. He and his men plundered Luoyang, seizing wealth and terrorizing officials. When rival warlords began to gather in a coalition against him, Dong Zhuo made a decision that horrified the realm. He burned the capital. Palaces, archives, temples, centuries of Han grandeur went up in flames. He forced the court to march west to Chang'an, leaving the smoldering ruins of Luoyang behind. For the Chinese people, this was more than physical destruction, it was spiritual desecration. The capital was the heart of the dynasty, the stage of its rituals, the symbol of its legitimacy. To see it torched by the very man entrusted to defend it was proof that the dynasty's dignity was gone. If heaven had once smiled on the Han, surely it had turned away now. Dong Zhuo ruled through terror, but his grip was tenuous. The coalition of warlords that rose against him was motivated not just by ambition but by outrage. They claimed to be avenging the dynasty, rescuing the emperor from tyranny. Yet, even as they denounced Dongjue, their true aim was obvious: control of the court for themselves. The emperor was the one prize they all sought, because possessing him meant possessing legitimacy. And here lies the bitter irony. While the warlords claimed loyalty to the Han, their very struggle revealed that the emperor had become a pawn. The Son of Heaven was no longer the axis of the world, but a hostage in the hands of whichever general had the strongest army. Each faction declared itself the dynasty's savior, but in truth, they were carving it up piece by piece. For ordinary people, the spectacle was devastating. Refugees from Luoyang streamed into the countryside, telling tales of palaces burning and the emperor reduced to a puppet. Farmers in villages watched armies march past, each claiming to fight for the Han but leaving destruction in their wake. The mandate of heaven, once invisible but palpable, now seemed hollow. If the emperor could be deposed, moved, and controlled like a child's toy, what meaning did the dynasty have left? The symbolic violence of these years cannot be overstated. Eunuchs selling offices, Dongjue deposing emperors, the burning of Luoyang, each was a nail in the coffin of imperial dignity. The Son of Heaven, once revered as the guarantor of cosmic order, was now seen as a figure of pity, a boy emperor shuffled from palace to palace, powerless to resist the men who claimed to protect him. If you imagine the scene, picture Luoyang's streets lit by flames, officials clutching scrolls as they flee, statues of ancestors toppled, and the emperor himself, a child, riding in a guarded carriage toward exile in Chang'an. Behind him, Dongjue smirks, his army weighed down with plunder. Ahead, the empire waits in outrage, ready to tear itself apart in the name of loyalty to the very throne that now sat in chains. From this moment on, the Han was Han in name only. Its emperors remained, but its authority was shattered. The court had become a pawn in the warlord's game, a sacred banner waved by men who had no intention of saving the dynasty. Once the Son of Heaven became a hostage, the dynasty's fall was inevitable. When Dongjue burned Luoyang and dragged the emperor west to Chang'an, it was more than an act of brutality, it was a spark. Across the land, warlords rose in outrage, proclaiming they were avenging the dynasty. But their unity lasted only as long as their hatred of Dongjue. Once he was assassinated by his own general in 192 CE, the fragile coalition dissolved. And what followed was not peace, not restoration, but decades of endless war. The Han still existed in name. There was still an emperor, still rituals, still bamboo slips recording decrees. But the empire as a unified whole was gone. What remained was a patchwork of warlord territories, each claiming to protect the throne, each carving out power for itself. In this fractured world, the emperor was little more than a seal of legitimacy, passed between generals like a sacred token. The real rulers were men with armies. The wars were relentless. Warlords turned on one another, forming alliances that broke as quickly as they were made. One year, rivals would swear brotherhood, the next, they'd meet on the battlefield. Cities changed hands repeatedly, their people plundered with each new conquest. Armies marched back and forth, stripping fields, requisitioning grain, conscripting young men. For ordinary people, the fighting never ended. This was the age when figures like Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Jian began to rise, men whose names would echo into the era of the Three Kingdoms. But for the peasants whose fields they marched across, they were less heroes than destroyers. A warlord's army was both shield and scourge, protection from rival bands, but also a devourer of food, labor, and life. To feed tens of thousands of soldiers, commanders seized harvests, leaving villages hungry. When harvests failed, armies starved and then took by force what they needed. Famine became as common as war. Disrupted fields, burned granaries, and stolen crops meant that, even in years of good weather, food was scarce. Families fled their homes, joining the masses of refugees wandering the roads. Some sold their children into slavery to survive. Others joined roving bands of outlaws, swelling the ranks of banditry. The difference between soldier and bandit blurred. A dismissed conscript one day was a brigand the next. Disease followed famine. Malnutrition weakened bodies, while crowded refugee camps spread plague. In some regions, whole villages vanished, their people dead or fled. Records from the time speak of lands lying empty, of silence, where once there had been thriving communities. The empire's population, once its greatest strength, dwindled. By some estimates, tens of millions perished in the late Han Wars, not just in battle, but in the grinding attrition of hunger and disease. The people grew weary. Dynasties fall not only because elites fight, but because common people stop believing. In earlier times, even during hardship, peasants had endured because they believed the emperor still carried heaven's mandate. But now the emperor was a pawn, his decrees irrelevant to their daily suffering. Rebellions no longer felt like treason, they felt like survival. Faith in the dynasty evaporated, leaving only the raw calculation of who could protect you in the moment. This exhaustion wasn't just physical, it was psychological. Imagine a family in a village near Luoyang. 20 years earlier, they had survived the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Then came Dongzhu's fire, then battles between coalitions, then raids by rival warlords. Each time, they rebuilt, but each time, they were plundered again. Their sons were conscripted, their daughters carried off, their fields burned. By the third or fourth time, would they still feel loyalty to the Han? Or would they simply pray for any Lord Han, warlord, or rebel who could give them peace for a season? Meanwhile, the wars hollowed out the institutions of the state. The bureaucracy, once staffed by Confucian-trained officials, now served at the pleasure of warlords. Scholar officials who refused to bow to generals were ignored, exiled, or killed. Eunuchs, still entrenched in the palace, schemed to retain influence, but their power was increasingly irrelevant beyond the walls of Chang'an. Tax systems collapsed, coinage debased, records lost. The empire's machinery of governance was rusting away, even as warlords draped themselves in its banners. Culturally, the wars created a climate of cynicism. Confucian ideals of harmony and virtue rang hollow when entire provinces starved. Taoist and apocalyptic movements gained followers, offering visions of cosmic renewal. In a way, the Yellow Turbans had been only the first wave of a deeper trend. The people were looking beyond the Han, spiritually and politically. The idea that the dynasty was eternal was gone. What mattered now was survival and perhaps, in the hearts of some, the hope that a new order would rise from the ashes. For the warlords, endless war was both curse and opportunity. Men like Cao Cao saw the collapse of central authority not as disaster, but as a chance to build power bases. They recruited soldiers from refugees, offered protection in exchange for loyalty, and positioned themselves as saviors of the realm. In truth, they were carving kingdoms from the body of the Han. The dynasty's long collapse wasn't just the story of decay, it was also the story of new powers gestating in the rubble, powers that would soon become the states of Wei, Shu, and Wu. But in the moment, all this meant was ceaseless conflict. Battles flared from the north to the south, sieges dragged on for months, and rivers ran red with the blood of men who scarcely knew why they fought. The dynasty's name lived on, but its spirit was gone. The Son of Heaven was no longer the center of the world, but a pawn shuffled between camps, a boy king whose proclamations carried no weight beyond the reach of his captor's army. If you picture it, imagine the endless grind. Villages flattened into ash, soldiers sleeping in ruined temples, refugee caravans stretching for miles, the emperor himself eating from wooden bowls in a camp while generals argue over his seal. Imagine the people's weary faces, eyes dull from too much loss. This was the long collapse of the Eastern Han, not a single dramatic fall, but a slow unraveling, thread by thread, war after war, until nothing of the old fabric remained intact. By the end of the 2nd century, the question was no longer whether the Han would fall. It had already fallen in all but name. The real question was, who would claim the pieces, and what new order would rise from the ruins? By the dawn of the 3rd century CE, the Eastern Han was Han in name only. The emperor still wore the robes of Heaven's Son, but he no longer ruled. His court was a shadow, held hostage by whichever general controlled his person. The institutions of government, once the pride of Confucian order, had decayed into hollow rituals. The real power lay in the hands of warlords who commanded soldiers, not scholars. And as the decades of chaos wore on, those warlords ceased even pretending to preserve unity. The empire, once a single body stretching from the steppes to the sea, was about to split into 3 kingdoms. The seeds of this division had been planted long before. The Yellow Turban Rebellion had given generals the excuse to raise private armies. Dongzhu's seizure of the court had destroyed the sanctity of the throne. Endless wars had hollowed out the countryside, driving refugees into the arms of strongmen who promised protection. By the time the year 200 CE rolled around, the Han was less an empire than a memory, its name invoked by ambitious men who each claimed to be its true guardian. Among those men, 3 figures began to stand out: Cao Cao in the north, Liu Bei in the west, and Sun Quan in the south. Each traced his path back to the ashes of the Yellow Turbans. Each built a power base amid the wreckage. And each, in time, would claim a piece of China for his own. Cao Cao was the most ruthless and pragmatic. A brilliant strategist, he rose to prominence after suppressing rebels, then positioned himself as protector of the emperor. With the Son of Heaven in his custody, Cao Cao could issue decrees in the emperor's name, cloaking his power in legitimacy. But make no mistake, the emperor was his hostage, not his master. From his base along the Yellow River, Cao Cao consolidated northern China, defeating rivals and absorbing their armies. He was feared for his cunning, respected for his discipline, and hated for his cruelty. To some, he was a tyrant; to others, the only man capable of restoring order. Liu Bei was the opposite in image, if not in ambition. Descended from the Han imperial clan, at least by his own telling, he styled himself as a man of virtue, beloved by the people. Unlike Cao Cao, who ruled through fear and efficiency, Liu Bei cultivated loyalty through charisma and righteousness. He gathered talented allies like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, men whose loyalty would be celebrated in later folklore. Though often beaten on the battlefield, Liu Bei's persistence and ability to inspire devotion kept him in the game. He was the dreamer among the warlords, clinging to the ideal of restoring the Han even as the dynasty itself slipped into history. Sun Quan, in the south, inherited power from his father Sun Jian and brother Sun Su. The Sun family carved out a stronghold in the rich lands along the Yangtze River. Protected by natural barriers and supported by skilled naval forces, they built a southern kingdom that was both wealthy and secure. Sun Quan was pragmatic like Cao Cao but less domineering, preferring to build alliances and govern with relative stability. His realm became a haven from the devastation that racked the north, drawing migrants who sought safety under his rule. These 3 men, Cao, Liu, and Sun, were not the only warlords of their day, but they outlasted the others. Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Dongzhu, and countless others rose and fell, their names swallowed by the chaos. But by the early 3rd century, it was clear, the map of China was congealing into 3 zones, 3 centers of power that would define the age to come. The Battle of Red Cliffs, 208 CE, was the decisive moment that sealed this division. Cao Cao, having unified much of the north, marched south with a massive army, intending to crush Sun Quan and Liu Bei in one stroke. If he succeeded, China might once again have been reunited under a single banner, his. But on the Yangtze River, the combined forces of Sun Quan and Liu Bei, using clever strategy and fire attacks, routed Cao Cao's fleet. The defeat forced him to retreat north, leaving the south unconquered. The dream of a reunified empire was shattered. From then on, the division hardened. What emerged were 3 states, later known as Wei, under Cao Cao and his heirs, Shu, under Liu Bei and his line, and Wu, under Sun Quan's family. Though the Han emperor technically still sat in Cao Cao's capital, his presence was ceremonial. In 220 CE, Cao Cao's son, Cao Pai, forced the abdication of the last Han emperor, declaring himself ruler of Wei. With that act, the Han dynasty officially ended after more than 4 centuries of glory and decline. The Age of the 3 Kingdoms had begun. For ordinary people, this transition wasn't about dynastic names, but about survival. If you lived in Wei, Shu, or Wu, your loyalty was to whoever controlled your village and protected your harvest. Taxes were still heavy, conscription still ruthless, but at least the chaos of constant warlords shifting power began to stabilize under these three kingdoms. Life remained harsh, but there was some predictability. Culturally, the fall of the Han and rise of the three kingdoms left a lasting imprint. Later generations would romanticize this era in tales and novels, painting Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan as larger-than-life figures, heroes, villains, and tragic dreamers. But in the moment, it was less romantic and more tragic. The empire that had called itself the Middle Kingdom, the unifier of all under heaven, was no more. China was broken, and no one knew when or if it would ever be whole again. If you imagine it, picture the map of China around 210 C. In the north, Cao Cao's banners flutter over vast plains, his armies disciplined and formidable, the emperor sitting as a puppet in his camp. In the south, Sun Quan's fleets patrol the Yangtze, protecting fertile lands and thriving markets. In the west, Liu Bei, weary but unbowed, gathers his people in Sichuan, promising that the Han spirit still lives. 3 lords, 3 kingdoms, 3 visions, all born from the corpse of the Han. The empire was shattered, but its pieces were still alive, vibrant, and deadly. The Han was gone. The 3 kingdoms had emerged. And though poets and historians would mourn the dynasty's fall, the truth was plain. The long collapse had finally reached its end, and a new, fractured chapter of China's story had begun. When the last Han emperor was forced to abdicate in 220 CE, it marked the end of a dynasty that had lasted over 4 centuries. The banners came down, the seals passed into new hands, and the court's rituals, once sacred, became hollow gestures. Politically, the Han was gone, replaced by the rival kingdoms of Wei, Shu, and Wu. But here's the thing, dynasties may end, yet their legacies often outlive their palaces and emperors. For the Han, that legacy was not just long-lasting, it was immortal. To understand the scale of it, think of this. Even today, over 1,800 years later, the majority ethnic group of China still calls itself the Han people. Their language is called Hanyu, their script Han characters. The dynasty's name became synonymous with Chinese identity itself. No other dynasty left so indelible a mark. The Qin may have unified China, but the Han defined what it meant to be Chinese. Why did the Han leave such a legacy? Part of it was longevity. For centuries is long enough for institutions, ideas, and habits to sink deep into the bones of a civilization. But it was also timing. The Han built on Qin's foundations, smoothing its harshness, weaving Confucianism into government, and creating a model of empire that would be emulated for centuries. Bureaucracy, exams, the balance of moral governance and practical administration, these patterns endured. Later dynasties, from Tang to Ming to Qing, all looked back to the Han as a reference point. Culturally, the Han was a golden age of synthesis. Confucianism became the ideological backbone of the state, its classics enshrined as guides to governance. At the same time, Taoist ideas flourished, offering spiritual solace during times of chaos. And Buddhism, introduced during the Han, began its long journey into the heart of Chinese spirituality. The Han wasn't just a political dynasty, it was the cradle of cultural traditions that shaped East Asia for millennia. Technologically and scientifically, the Han also shone. Paper was invented during the Eastern Han, revolutionizing the way knowledge was recorded and transmitted. Astronomers refined calendars, doctors compiled medical texts, engineers built canals and improved iron tools. The empire's roads and trade routes, including the fabled Silk Road, connected China to Central Asia, India, and beyond, laying the foundation for centuries of cultural exchange. Even after the dynasty fell, these innovations remained, woven into the fabric of daily life. But perhaps the most profound legacy was the memory of unity. For centuries after the Han's collapse, China was fractured by warlords, dynasties, and invaders. Yet through all that turmoil, the memory of the Han endured as a symbol of what unity could look like. To later Chinese, the Han was proof that heaven's mandate could bless one ruler with dominion over all under heaven. This memory became both aspiration and yardstick. Future dynasties measured themselves against the Han, seeking to reclaim its glory. And it wasn't just political elites who remembered. Ordinary people, too, carried the Han in their identity. Folk songs, legends, and stories preserved its image, often idealized. Even as rival kingdoms fought in the centuries after its fall, they often claimed legitimacy by linking themselves to Han traditions. The dynasty may have been dead, but its ghost haunted every throne that came after. There's also something deeply human in how the Han is remembered. It wasn't a flawless dynasty, far from it. Its emperors could be corrupt, its court rife with intrigue, its wars devastating. But people don't remember perfection. They remember identity. The Han gave a people a name, a sense of continuity, and a shared story. That mattered more than any palace or battle. If you picture it, imagine the final abdication in 220 CE. The last Han emperor, a weary young man, hands the imperial seal to Cao Pai. Around him, the court bows, but many must have felt a pang of sorrow. They weren't just watching a dynasty end, they were watching the sun set on the world as they had known it. Yet beyond the palace walls, in villages and towns, life went on. Farmers tilled fields, families honored ancestors, traders bartered in markets, all under the quiet identity of being Han. The dynasty had ended, but the people remained. And that, perhaps, is the truest legacy of the Han. Dynasties rise and fall, but identity endures. The Qin may have unified the land, but it was the Han that gave the people a name they would carry for millennia. Even through centuries of war, foreign invasions, and dynastic cycles, the memory of the Han lived on, shaping how Chinese people saw themselves and their place in history. So the Han fell, yes. Its capitals burned, its emperors humiliated, its court reduced to a pawn. But in another sense, the Han never really fell. It lived on in every person who called themselves Han, in every character written on paper, in every story told of unity and greatness. Its political corpse became the soil in which an identity was planted, an identity that still thrives. The Han dynasty's rise and fall was not just the story of an empire. It was the story of a people finding a name for themselves, a culture finding its rhythm, and a civilization finding its memory. And though empires may crumble, memory endures. That is why, even now, when you say Han, you are not just naming a dynasty long gone, you are naming a people, a culture, and a legacy that outlived the empire that bore its name.